God, may your spirit and guidance be in us as we work for the benefit of all our people, for peace and justice in our land, and for the constant recognition of the dignity and aspirations of those whom we serve. Amen.
Welcome back, everybody, today. I just want to recognize that we have all our interpreters here, and just a reminder to everybody to make sure you remember when you're speaking to slow down, and when you're communicating back and forth, thank you. It helps a lot with the interpreters to be able to do their job. Minister statements. Minister responsible for education, culture, and employment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Canada N.W.T. Canada-wide Early Learning and Childcare Agreement was signed 11 short months ago. Since that time, every licensed childcare program in the N.W.T. has signed on to the fee reduction subsidy. Licensed childcare fees across the N.W.T. have been cut in half. New licensed childcare spaces have been created, and now we are rolling out new wage enhancements that will allow licensed childcare centers to pay their employees more. We could not have done this without the involvement of childcare providers, early childcare educators, Indigenous governments, and of course the federal government. I would like to thank all our partners for their continued input and collaboration as we work collectively to provide children with the best possible start in life. The creation of a coordinated early learning and childcare system is a complex task with many moving parts and requires a multifaceted approach. First, we introduced the childcare fee reduction subsidy. As with any systemic change, there were bumps along the way. We rolled the subsidy out quickly so that families could benefit from a reduction in childcare retroactively, and we have taken note of and learned from the issues and concerns that arose from that approach. Mr. Speaker, you cannot have a childcare system without childcare spaces. I understand that a lack of childcare spaces has created incredible challenges for many parents throughout the territory. So I am pleased to say that during the last fiscal year, 67 new childcare spaces were created and more are on the way. I am confident that we will meet our target of 300 new spaces by 2025-2026 through the expansion of existing programs and establishment of new programs if necessary. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, we can create all the new childcare spaces we want, but they're of no use to us without early childhood educators. We need to retain the early childhood educators that are currently in the system, and we need to attract more people to the field. In order to create a strong early learning and childcare system, our early childhood educators need to be supported and valued. That is why I'm happy to announce that the Government of the Northwest Territories and the Government of Canada are creating a retention incentive by investing $4.6 million over the next 2 years to enhance wages for early childhood educators in licensed center-based programs. This enhancement is retroactive to April 1st, 2022, and will provide operators with flexibility to make decisions on program and educator needs. Madam Speaker, as I mentioned earlier, we have learned from the rollout of the fee reduction subsidy. That is why we made sure to engage childcare providers early and often in the development of the retention incentive. The GNWT will provide funding directly to operators, which will then flow the money to their employees. In the first year, licensed childcare centers will receive $12,750 for every full-time position that is required under legislation, keeping in mind that some centers have more than the minimum number of required employees. In the second year, the amount increases to $16,250. Childcare centers will be able to decide how they distribute the funds to their employees, so actual pay increases will vary based on the particular center. This 2-year program will bridge a gap until we implement a wage grid in the 2024-2025 fiscal year. To help develop a skilled workforce, we have also revised the eligibility criteria for the Early Learning and Childcare Scholarship. Previously, this scholarship was only available to full-time students, but now part-time students can apply as well. By expanding the eligibility criteria, we are supporting flexible education paths and helping Northerners who are already working in licensed early learning and childcare programs. Madam Speaker, the creation of an early learning and childcare system also requires legislative change. Earlier this year, the N.W.T invited the public to have their say on proposed amendments to the Child Daycare Act. The results of that engagement are found in the recently published What We Heard report. The amendments would allow the government to establish a certification process and wage grid, increase inclusion and reporting measures, establish cost control measures, and protect the rights of families. These amendments would align the N.W.T with other Canadian jurisdictions as we move collectively toward a Canada-wide early learning and childcare system. Madam Speaker, we've come a long way in the past year. The N.W.T and the federal government have invested millions of dollars in new childcare infrastructure, reducing childcare fees, and increasing the wages of childcare workers. These actions have tangible results that are directly benefiting residents across the N.W.T. Although there is still a significant amount of work to be done, I feel confident saying that we are well on our way to creating a universal childcare system that will give every family across the N.W.T access to high-quality, affordable, accessible, and inclusive early learning and childcare. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Minister statements. Minister for Environment, Natural Resources.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today I would like to provide an update on the 2022 wildfire season. Wildfires are a natural and important part of a boreal forest. They help keep ecosystems healthy, and they burn off excess fuels like dead and dried out footage that built up within the forest, which can lead to more extreme fires. That is why our fire crews do not fight all wildfires, particularly if fires pose no threat to values at risk. When communities, cabins, and infrastructure and other values at risk are threatened, however, our wildfire management team is ready to take action. The 2022 was a long and busy fire season that started in May and continued well into October. We surpassed the 10-year average for the number of wildfires before the end of July. We recorded a total of 256 fires by early October, with nearly 600,000 hectares burnt. This was more than any year since the outlying fire season of 2014. Fire crews fought 99 of the 256 fires that occurred in the territories this season, which lasted much longer than usual. This year, we saw fires continue to flare up as of late in the season as the first week of October, which is well beyond the end of a typical fire season. As Minister of Environment and Natural Resources, I'm very proud of the excellent work of the wildfire management team this year. They worked extremely hard to respond to every threat and keep N.W.T communities safe. Every wildfire season requires careful planning to make sure staff are well trained, adequately prepared for the challenging work of fighting fires. The wildfire management team must ensure that the right resources are dispatched to the right location to manage fires throughout the season. In total this summer, we had firefighters working on 34 crews in communities across the N.W.T, including 22 crews contracted from Indigenous companies. We also hired 131 additional firefighters to support firefighting efforts throughout the summer. In addition to crews on the ground, we also worked with pilots, air attack officers, tanker-based teams to provide critical air tanker support to suppress fires from the air. Wildfires efforts also required staff with expertise in fire management, weather, remote communication, logistics, finance, administration, and public information to help support decision-making, operation, and public awareness. Over the course of the summer, we are grateful to receive support from Alberta, Saskatchewan, Ontario, Parks Canada. This support is incredibly valuable, particularly in a busy season like 2022. Madam Speaker, just 10% of wildfires this season were caused by humans. I'm happy to report this percentage has decreased steadily in recent years. It has come down from 27.1% in 2020 and 12.2% in 2021. This is a testament to the enhanced awareness and outreach campaign by the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, and reflects the efforts made by residents and visitors to practice fire safety. I'm also very proud to say that despite dozens of fires that approached several communities throughout the summer, none of these communities required evacuation. Unfortunately, unusually strong winds coupled with the very dry conditions late in the season resulted in the loss of 2 cabins. We recognize this is very difficult for those impacted, but thankful no people were hurt in these fires. Madam Speaker, managing wildfires is not limited to the summer months. There is important work that must be done in the off-season as well. This work includes fire smart projects and community protection initiatives, which will receive an unprecedented additional investment of $20 million from the federal government in the coming years. In collaboration with the N.W.T. Association of Communities, we will work with remote communities to create fire breaks and implement fire fuel reduction strategies for over 1,200 hectares of land across the territories, reducing the risk of wildfires and offering even greater protection to thousands of residents. The Department of Environment and Natural Resources will continue to focus on staff training and development, building a skilled, engaged, and representative workforce to support those efforts for years to come. This year, we offered extra firefighting training specifically for women, non-binary individuals to increase diversity on our wildfire team. We also made evaluation and planning a priority. Every season offers many opportunities learned from our experience, and we take full advantage of these opportunities. We regularly evaluate and analyze the research data gathered and use this information to provide and plan for the next year. Madam Speaker, as most communities and territories are situated in the middle of the boreal forest, wildfires will always be something we need to monitor closely. Our government will continue to work with our partners across the territory to ensure that residents, communities, and infrastructure are kept safe from wildfires. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Minister statements. Minister for Industry, Tourism and Investment.
Madam Speaker, the value and potential of achieving greater economic diversification across the Northwest Territories has been talked about over the course of many years and multiple governments. The need to have that conversation meaningfully has never been greater. Even as we work to support new mineral resource exploration and development, the reality is that our existing economic drivers in the form of the diamond mines are approaching planned closures. We must face that prospect on all fronts, including economic diversification. The fact that this conversation has been had and that success in diversifying remains elusive suggests it's time to try something different. The Department of Industry, Tourism and Investment is currently leading work on developing regional economic development plans. These will provide insight into economic opportunities and challenges that exist in 6 of the territory's regions. Regional economic development plans are a requirement of the Government of the Northwest Territories' mandated commitment to increase economic diversification by supporting growth in non-extractive sectors and setting regional diversification targets. The idea of developing a regional plan is not in itself new, but I believe the way in which we are approaching this work is. Before beginning, we went out to the regions to ask how the process of development should be structured. With regional feedback, we established terms of reference for an overall facilitator to ensure there is a strong northern voice that emerges from these plans. But we are also utilizing local facilitators to support the regional work. With regional facilitators, it is my expectation that we will see more strongly the strengths of individual regions. It might be that directing government supports towards a promising area in one region only produces a small change to the GDP, but has a disproportionate change on the local economy and employment. While sectors such as tourism, arts, the traditional economy, and agriculture offer opportunities in nearly all Northwest Territories communities, perhaps other forms or at different levels for each, opportunities in other sectors like fishing, forestry, satellite communications, and manufacturing may be more specific to particular regions and individual communities. By both breaking down our constituent parts, but also keeping the strength of the Northwest Territories as a whole, I believe these plans together will provide a new, better roadmap to support residents, businesses, and local governments. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, public conversations on the development of regional economic development plans began last week in Hay River and Fort Smith to advance ideas for economic development in the South Slave. From now through January, engagements will be taking place both online and in public meetings in 5 additional regions. Regardless of subject, progress begins with dialogue and a mutual understanding of possibilities, and I am looking forward to seeing the results of these important conversations. Madam Speaker, our efforts to advance regional economic growth and diversity is not limited to the design of these plans. This effort is supported by ongoing work to advance innovation in the Northwest Territories, to foster a knowledge economy that will cultivate entrepreneurship through an innovation action plan due out later this fall. ITI is also working with the Department of Education, Culture and Employment to deliver on the art strategy and improve supports for artists, musicians and filmmakers. And together with the Department of Finance, we continue the work to revamp our approach to government procurement and contracting in order to maximize benefits to residents and businesses. That work has also progressed significantly with some proposals for change due out this fall and some improvements to processes already implemented. Madam Speaker, I cannot speak about economic diversification in the Northwest Territories without speaking to the tourism industry. I had the opportunity to attend a meeting of the Council of Canadian Trade Ministers last week and discovered that many areas of predicted industry growth, such as Indigenous cultural experiences and opportunities for sustainable and regenerative tourism, are already present in the Northwest Territories. And as I prepare to address the membership of Northwest Territories Tourism next week, it is worth highlighting the extraordinary steps taken by the N.W.T to deliver over $13 million in supports and programs for the industry since the onset of the pandemic. Upcoming sessions to design and develop regional economic development plans are a space to have these conversations, to empower residents and their businesses, to identify, develop, and pursue the economic potential that we know is there that they identify. Guided by Northerners, supported by governments, and driven by regional business and investment, regional economic development plans will set the stage for increased economic opportunity and diversity across the Northwest Territories. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Minister statements. Minister statements. Member statements. Member for Yellowknife North.
I don't think I've ever got to go first. I like this speaker. Madam Speaker, I was at the City Council for Yellowknife election forums, and I kept having deja vu, because it sounded like the exact same forum I was at in 2018. Everyone there was talking about the bulk land transfer to the N.W.T to the City of Yellowknife. And I thought to myself, wait, didn't we solve this problem? Isn't there a clear process in place for transferring land? Well, I guess not, Madam Speaker. I'll have a question for the Minister of Lands / MACA on why we can't give those poor councillors something else to talk about other than transferring vacant land. And Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, for the 100th time, I want to clarify that no one is talking about the land currently withdrawn by the YKDFN in Acacho. I'll have questions for the Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Member statements. Member for Montfouille.
Yeah, thank you. Treatment programs. Madam Speaker, according to the Canadian history, it is well documented that explorers and traders introduced alcohol in different ways to the Indigenous people, including the consumption of alcohol in official dealings and as a trade item. In other words, alcohol was used as a tool to influence Indigenous people and to benefit the explorer and fur traders. When alcohol was introduced to our people, alcohol abuse and destruction followed. This alcohol abuse has continued over decades as Indigenous people in the Northwest Territories have continued to survive the impacts from colonizations and systemic racism embedded in the government. As individuals, families, and communities emerge from the genocide inflicted upon Indigenous people, many turn to alcohol and other substances to cope. This perpetuates the intergenerational trauma that continues today. Madam Speaker, the N.W.T desperately needs a territorial-based addiction treatment center. Madam Speaker, how can we support the recovery and healing of our residents if we do not have an addiction treatment center that is accessible for all residents? Madam Speaker, the government of the Northwest Territories must also recognize the importance of cultural and traditional Indigenous healing to support residents as they try to break free from the chains of addictions. This is a finding from the 2022 Auditor General of Canada report to the Legislative Assembly on addictions, prevention, and recovery services. Quote, that health and social services authorities did not do enough to provide residents with accessible, coordinated, and culturally safe addiction services, end quote. Madam Speaker, the government of the Northwest Territories had a relationship with Palmacres Lodge in Alberta for several years, but now no longer has contract with this Indigenous healthcare organization. Madam Speaker, can I have unanimous consent to conclude my statement? Thank you.
Thank you. The member is seeking unanimous consent to conclude her statement. Are there any nays? Member from Montfouille, you may conclude your statement.
Thank you. Thank you. Palmacres has always been a good treatment option for Indigenous N.W.T residents. Palmacres have an in-facility detox function that allows their program to remove one of the major barriers for many Northerners wanting to attend residential treatment, needing to be sober before they can access treatment. Currently, the government of the Northwest Territories policies require people to be sober for a given period of time and then attend several counseling sessions before they will be considered eligible for Southern treatment. For many people having made a decision to reach out for help, this is a barrier that is more than they can manage at this fragile point in their life. Palmacres has always developed community outreach program where their treatment program can be offered in a 6-week program in northern communities. This is followed up with a year of aftercare activities that help people in recovery to prevent relapse and deal with the triggers, stress, and craving that they will face when they come out of treatment into their family and community again. After a healthcare system struggling to fill positions across the Northwest Territories, Palmacres Lodge provides wonderful opportunities to provide highly trained staff with Indigenous sensibilities and methodologies for even our smallest communities. Madam Speaker, how is it possible that the government of the Northwest Territories does not have Indigenous addiction services for residents, and when they were able to contract for these services, the government of the Northwest Territories was unable to maintain their contract with Palmacres due to contract disputes related to medical and other contract details? I will have question for the Minister of Health and Social Services at appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Member statements, just remind everybody you have 2.5 minutes for your statements. Member statements, member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm not sure what to do because I'm not used to going second or third. Madam Speaker, I want to end this week on a positive note. Therefore, I am going to talk about the Cold Crook Fiddle Association and the positive impact it has on youth in the N.W.T. Madam Speaker, if you are from anywhere in the Northwest Territories, I would expect that you know the legacy left behind Cold Crook. Along with his big smile and zest for life, his legacy was his love for the fiddle and entertaining. Madam Speaker, I personally had the privilege of knowing Cole, and I still remember the last time I saw him. It was years ago in Fort Simpson, and in typical Cole fashion, with his fiddle and duffel bag, he was standing on the side of the highway with his big smile, thumbing the ride back to Hay River. Madam Speaker, in Cole's memory, the Cole Crook Fiddle Association was born. It is a nonprofit volunteer organization that provides music opportunities and youth leadership through use of the fiddle and music. Cole's legacy through the Cole Crook Fiddle Association has spurred a whole new generation of young and old fiddlers alike. Madam Speaker, the Cole Crook Fiddle Association is a medium through which to promote and preserve the northern style of fiddling that was taken away from many by the residential school system. To accomplish this revival, and as part of Truth and Reconciliation, qualified instructors traveled throughout the N.W.T. to expose youth to this traditional style and method of teaching. Mr. Speaker, many youth throughout the N.W.T. travel to attend and participate in events such as the upcoming Fiddle and Music Jamboree in Fort Simpson this coming January, which, without financial support from this government, may not happen. For those that participate at such events, each has prepared by spending countless hours of instruction time, both in person and virtually. As each event nears, the excitement felt by those young people is electrifying when they hit the stage and perform. It is priceless when you see their faces light up. Madam Speaker, the goals of the association are met through ongoing funding, fundraising, community and government support. This fundraising activity and support has allowed the association to lend out musical instruments and have instructors such as the famous Linda Dufert from Hay River and others to travel to places such as Fort Smith, Hay River, Enterprise, Fort Simpson, Toledo, Norman Wells, Fort Good Hope, and Delaney, where many students have now taken up the fiddle. In the coming years, they are hoping to expand the number of communities and students they can reach. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member. Member statements. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if I look especially tired today, it's because I was up early this morning to present virtually at the 2022 Aviation Innovation Conference being held in Toronto. The University of Manitoba invited me to speak on the various transportation issues and challenges faced by the Northwest Territories and the potential use of airships here. In February, I spoke to this Assembly about the possibility of using airships in the north to help with community resupply and in the resource extraction sector. Airships, or dirigibles, have also been discussed in this House during the 16th, 17th, and 18th Assemblies. On Monday, the Premier said, "The federal government has committed to aligning Canada's electricity system with its climate change goals of net zero by 2035, and a recent report by the Canadian Climate Institute says significant changes are required to every aspect of the provincial and territorial power generation and distribution systems to meet the future demand." The Premier also stated investment in infrastructure projects will play a significant role in the N.W.T's economic recovery while also supporting national climate change goals. Madam Speaker, low-emission cargo airships are one way to help reduce emissions and further transition the Northwest Territories to renewable energy. Airships also complement the needs of the mining industry and our remote communities as well. Airships are a viable form of transportation for goods and supplies, including fuel, food, and construction materials required for communities. They can also provide safety and emergency response, a critical need highlighted by the pandemic and recent flooding events. And it is only prudent, given the social issues roads bring, that they be investigated as a viable alternative. In Canada, it is illegal to use hydrogen for airships, rules based on outdated ideas of the safety of the craft. However, in the US, new airship regulations have been developed that do not restrict the use of hydrogen gas. The role of the Canadian government in this conversation should be to provide connections and enable the use of airships through framework and regulation changes. A first step to determine the viability of airships for use in the north would be to allow and facilitate experimental airships to conduct non-commercial test flights while simultaneously making changes to policy and regulations. Madam Speaker, I apologize, but could I have unanimous consent to conclude my statement? Thank you.
Thank you. The member is seeking unanimous consent to conclude her statement. Are there any nays? There are no nays. You may conclude your statement. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you. So a first step to determine the viability of airships for use in the north would be to allow and facilitate experimental airships to conduct non-commercial test flights while simultaneously making changes to policy and regulations. With just a few small changes, it's possible we could become the leaders in an innovative industry that could provide another piece of the solution to the North's transportation issues. Recently, I was able to facilitate a meeting between proponents at the University of Manitoba and the Minister of ITI and her staff. I wanted to thank her for taking that time out of her busy schedule, and I will have questions for her later today. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Member statements. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Sunday, September 11th may stand out in Yellowknifers' mind as the day of 6 separate and lengthy power outages. The power blips turned off freezers, ruined dinners, and shut down consumer purchases in stores across the city. It's difficult to assess the damage or impact on expensive electrical appliances, although we know power jolts don't help. The outages even caused the loss of the city's Yellowknife River water intake due to multiple on-off cycling failures in pumping equipment electronics. We later learned that power supply from the snare system was likely cut by fallen trees, but the continuing bumps were caused by the failure of our diesel backup at Jackfish Lake. 6 lengthy outages in one day is possibly a most worst record. While Yellowknifers are accustomed to power outages, there's no way we should accept them. Although it's true that we are more susceptible to outages because we lack a large multi-source power grid, the concurrent failures at Jackfish on September 11th just aren't acceptable. It's not like this is new news, Madam Speaker. The last comprehensive look at outages was in 2012-2013 when the Public Utilities Board directed NTPC and the Northland Utilities to file detailed reports on the number, duration, cause, and frequency of service interruptions. Reports contained a snowstorm of information on outages ranging from seconds to more than an hour. The main takeaway was that during 2 one-year periods, Yellowknife customers experienced 119 and 100 interruptions in each of those 2 years. Compare that to Ontario, where there's an average of 4.78 outages per year. Yukon reported 2.31 outages per customer in 2009. Current data isn't available to show whether performance has improved, but the events of September 11th don't look like much has improved. Cabinet wants to pour our capital dollars into even more roads and expanding Tults and hydro supply without a customer to use power, but we're still nowhere on getting stable power for the largest community in the N.W.T. I'll have questions for the Minister responsible for the Power Corporation on cutting the very high rates of power outages Yellowknifers face. Merci, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, member. Member statements. Member for Tabacha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, over the course of this term, I have spoken several times about a pair of constituents of mine who endured a natural disaster. In June of 2019, a house in Fort Smith was destroyed and written off because a tornado had struck the community. Fortunately, the damage was not widespread. However, one elderly couple lost their home. This natural disaster has caused much stress and financial hardship for this family, and they have continued to have frustrating experiences in their dealings with Housing N.W.T. Madam Speaker, I recently met with this family again to hear an update on their situation. What they told me was alarming. They said that they have been receiving mixed information from certain officials within Housing N.W.T. Officials at the South Slave District Office say one thing, and officials at the local housing authority in Fort Smith say another. It appears that in some instances, information was even being withheld from these constituents. First, Madam Speaker, it seems that the policy of core need income threshold was not properly applied to this family when they were being assessed for public housing after their house was destroyed. Housing N.W.T. evaluated their tax returns and decided that these 2 retired seniors earned too much money from their monthly pensions. However, it seems that the Housing N.W.T. misread their income level. The wife doesn't have an income. and they do income splitting on their tax returns. So I believe this is part of the miscalculation here. Then they were declined the option to reside in public housing, partially because of their perceived income, but also because Housing N.W.T said that because they still owned a property with a destroyed house on it, they were ineligible for public housing because they were still considered homeowners, even though their house was destroyed and unlivable. That was a barrier preventing them from public housing. Madam Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to conclude my statement.
Thank you, member. Member seeking unanimous consent to conclude her statement. Are there any nays? There are no nays. You may conclude your statement.
Overall, Madam Speaker, these constituents should have been put into market rental housing and having to pay several thousands, were put into market rental housing having to pay several thousands of dollars in monthly rental costs. Moreover, once their property was sold and house was torn down, they would have been eligible to enter public housing immediately. However, the Housing N.W.T never informed them of that. So this family has been needlessly paying very high rental fees for 3 years now, which they cannot afford. They are having a very difficult time making ends meet, especially during a time of high inflation and increasingly high cost of living. Madam Speaker, this family has been shortchanged every step of the way. I am disappointed with how this situation has been handled. It has been over 3 years since they lost their home. They should be in a situation where they should have a stable living and financial situation by now. To address this matter in a fair and impartial way, I believe the best solution is to conduct an independent oversight into this family's situation and all the events that have transpired since their house was destroyed. I will have questions for the Minister of Housing at the appropriate time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, member. Member statements. Member for Tunaday, Willaday.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Since the 18th Assembly of the Government of Northwest Territories have produced a mandate that lays out the objectives of this government in sort of a 4-year plan. The first mandate describes itself as an integrated long-range plan representing a commitment from the N.W.T towards social progress, environmental sustainable and economic development built on foundations of a strong consensus government and the priorities of all members. Madam Speaker, there is much to be said about improvement for our mandate as lawmakers in the 19th Assembly. The priorities are slimmed down and have much clearer metrics established to assess progress and judge results. For example, when it comes to housing commitments, the 18th Assembly mandate promised to implement northern solutions to housing through a series of unmeasurable policy options. Contrast this to the current mandate that promised to increase the stock of quality, energy-efficient housing, especially for vulnerable persons, by 100 units over 4 years. This is clear and measurable commitments allow the public and MLAs to hold the government accountable to its progress and equally allow Cabinet to celebrate its success in a meaningful way. There are still several areas that lack transparency around these commitments are being measured. In the Premier's most recent update tabled earlier this year in February, only 23% of commitments have been fulfilled. 65% are still in progress, and the remaining 11% are delayed, abandoned, or otherwise unlikely to be completed in this term. At the midpoint of this government, I would have hoped to see a better result. With only a quarter of a promise kept, that leaves the tremendous amount of work for the last assembly of our assembly. Mr. Speaker, I am concerned that calling many of these commitments in progress is just a bit too generous. I have asked the Minister of Housing for updates on her mandate progress and I was not given a clear answer. At this point, we have 75 new homes built, and yet the progress to date in the update report only mentions application to national coal investment funds. Likewise, there should be 75 tenants in the coal lease-to-own agreements, and only have 8 unsuccessful become homeowners. Madam Chair, I seek unanimous consent to conclude my statement. Thank you.
Thank you, members. The member for Trinidad-Willowday is seeking unanimous consent to conclude his statement. Are there any nays? Nay. There's nay. We will. Member statement. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I'm here, Madam Speaker, in regards to our youth and our communities. Our sporting events like we used to have back in the 90s, and that fell short because of funding. I think what we really need to do is, because we have so much suicide that's been going on, we have to catch them at an earlier stage in life for our youth and our young adults that are coming up. What I really want to see is working with the Minister of MACA, Madam Speaker, is to get that rejuvenated in all 33 communities again. So N.W.T would do basketball or hockey or soccer, and Clavik will do soccer, Tuck will do floor hockey, and vice versa. YELLOWKNIFE will do ping pong, something that's easy to travel with. But we had these about 5 or 6 years ago. Then it all fell short. Money in that pot of funding dried up. We really need to be looking at this right now, Madam Speaker, in regards to working with our youth and giving them alternatives other than doing drugs or drinking, and giving them that outlet of physical activity, ice hockey, making sure that we're being able to bring in youth for our tournaments and stuff like that. Just being a broader look, a little bit money spent, and this is our future. Everybody likes to say, "Oh, the youth are our future," but they never back it up, Madam Speaker. They don't. We have to start making a stand for the youth that can't be in here, that are asking for this. We need to really get all 33 communities, I guess, active again. Getting off our phones, that's the biggest thing. Everybody plays sitting around here and looking at your phone half the time. But, Madam Speaker, I'm urging our government, and I'm urging the Minister of MACA to find ways that we could work with all our 33 communities and our regional districts in regards to, say, a N.W.T district and Yellowknife and everybody, to bring communities in to work with our youth and to get something going what's positive. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member. Member statement. Member for Cam Lake.
Madam Speaker, as other provinces cast recruitment bonuses across the country to reel in new healthcare professionals, N.W.T healthcare staff waited for the same bait. As of September, the GNWT is now using the labor supplement policy to attract select healthcare professionals with bonuses of $5,000 to $7,000. This is one piece of the GNWT's push to recruit healthcare staff in the wake of a national shortage. But, Madam Speaker, I was surprised that the fall's announcement of recruitment plans for NTHSSA made no mention of one of the N.W.T's strongest healthcare success tools, the Aurora College Bachelor of Science in Nursing. So I have 3 suggestions to improve the N.W.T's recruitment strategy. First, the GNWT applies a large budget to healthcare worker recruitment efforts with no guaranteed rate of return on our investment, while at the same time students in Southern Canada are looking for financial support to pursue post-secondary education. Madam Speaker, the GNWT has a beautiful opportunity to invest in education of new nurses in exchange for years of service equal to their years of education. This type of support, education in exchange for residency, is already in place under the Student Financial Assistance Program. Madam Speaker, for 4 years, a student could potentially come to the N.W.T to study nursing, experience the North, settle in, and work with the incentive to stay and work in the territory for another 4 years after graduation. This is a minimum of 8 years of residency of students and potentially their families in exchange for an education and service as a Northern nurse. This is also a potential avenue to increase healthcare staff in small communities. Second, Madam Speaker, the GNWT needs to commit to conditional employment contracts delivered in January to potential nursing graduates. Employment contracts offered in June mean our students have already been headhunted by southern jurisdictions. And third, the GNWT currently employs public servants interested in a career change, but are being denied education leave for nursing as it does not fulfill their home department's mandate.
The GNWT needs an all-of-government approach to education leave for public servants who want to pursue nursing. Madam Speaker, the GNWT is falling short to aggressively retain educated NWT nurses and missing the opportunity to not only attract new ones, but grow our own. This is an opportunity to let the success of Aurora College nursing program play a vital role in addressing our nursing shortage. I will have questions for the Minister of Health and Social Services at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Member statements. Member statements. Returns to oral questions. Oh, sorry. Member statements. Nahende.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker, I should say. Grace Leona Burrow was born on the 5th of October, 1980, to Mabel McLeod and Lawrence Burrow. She passed away on May 29, 2022 in Fort Liard. Today, Madam Speaker, I'm getting to share part of her eulogy that was developed by her best friend, Alana. Grace was truly extraordinary. Her life could be all kinds of chaos, but she never wore it on her face. She was a true fighter and an energy force to be reckoned with. Grace could and would steer focus towards the lighter side of things, always finding the humor. This is a trait she had at a young age, and she would teach others to apply in their life. Lana spoke about the love of baking and cooking they both shared. This was thanks to Grace's mom, Mabel, her aunties Sharon and Kathy, and her uncle Ernie. Lana spoke about their close childhood friendship. They had the most memorable memories as they grew up together. They loved the country music, Johnny Depp, Crybaby, Baby, and of course, barbecues. Madam Speaker, Grace was a hard worker with it from a young age and excelled in school. She was competitive in sports and a great big sister to her siblings, even if it was carrying her sister, kicking and screaming as they went to school. Grace, even when she was really tired, she would make sure she treated others as they were precious gems. She always had a voice, even if she didn't agree with her. She made sure people understood where she stood, sometimes fighting tooth and nail for others who did not have a voice. Mr. Speaker, she was strong, resilient, yet beautiful in all her ways. She was a light that shined brightly, so the path of others could be illuminated. With matters that had to do with all things life, she was exceptional, yet her multi-paths were sometimes wild. The outcomes have brought us nothing but joy with children she has brought into all our lives. I had the honor of knowing 3 of her older children, and I can say they are a great reflection of her. Sometime in life, you need the itty-bitty or the full nudge from a loved one who sees in you what you could not see for yourself. From someone who believes you can, even in circumstances dedicated to others. Grace was the person that always be there for you. In closing, Madam Speaker, I will use Lana's words. It brings us great solace knowing that so many of our late family were there to meet her on the other side. She will be missed. We will miss her tenacity, compassion, and selflessness as we go on to others. Madam Speaker, we will sadly miss, and she'll be missed by all of us.
Thank you, member. Our thoughts and prayers are with the family. Member statements. Member statements. Return to oral questions. Returns to oral questions. Recognitions of visitors in the gallery. Recognition. Member for. Sorry, Tabacha.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to recognize 2 of the pages from Tabacha here today whom I'd like to recognize. Their names are Bowen Kent and Noah Leroy Goetze. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Recognitions of visitors in the gallery. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm a bit blind, so I'm not sure if there's nobody up there. Okay, I'm just going to recognize the person who was here yesterday that I missed, and that was Twyla, I'm not going to say her name right, Eschinelli of Toledo, and I just wanted to say that I missed her, and I'm sorry I did. Thank you.
Thank you. Member, recognition of visitors in the gallery. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to recognize the page from Range Lake, Ace Jumbo Murdoch, and we're really excited to have him in the House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Recognitions of visitors in the gallery. Member, Minister of Housing.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to recognize 2 pages from my riding, Cora Ann McCauley and Perry Puro from Fort Good Hope. You've done an awesome job this week, and Mussy, and safe travels home. Mussy.
Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Anybody else? Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to recognize the page from Yellowknife North, Mr. Logan Dahl, who's been doing a great job. Thank you.
Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. I wish to recognize a couple of pages from the Frame Lake riding, and I can get my phone to work. Caden Halliday and Deegan Lacombe. Thank you.
Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Acknowledgements. Acknowledgements. Oral questions. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today my member statement was on youth and sport in regards to the communities, all 33 communities getting, I guess, a revamp and looked at again for sporting events across our territory. And but the one I'm really looking at is the Beaufort Delta for our ridings. So I'm just wondering if the Minister, Minister Thompson, would be able to find in regards, I know we have the Arctic Winter Games coming up in January 29. I'm just wondering if we could try to piggyback with that, the sporting events with the monies that they do have coming. Are we able to use that to bring in kids for other sport, younger youth and young adults? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Minister responsible for Municipal, Community and Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, in what the member is asking is to piggyback with the Arctic Winter Games. Arctic Winter Games trials are very focused on the competition to get the team made up for N.W.T. However, the opportunity, if communities want to work and provide opportunities, these communities can work together to provide that opportunity, and if they are able to put it in the same weekend, they can do it. Right now, the Beaufort Delta Recreation Association does have money for opportunities to give youth to have competitions within the region, so they can have that opportunity. So if the communities are willing to work together on that, and they can reach out to Josh McDonald, the Recreation Development Coordinator. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for N.W.T.
Madam Speaker, thank you for that, Mr. Minister. We've been 2 years now, we've been getting through the COVID pandemic. Now we're pre-COVID. I've been asking for this 18 months ago in regards to trying to do something for our adults, for our elders, for our youth, our young adults. So I think that if the funding is there, why aren't they doing it themselves? Why do we have to come forward and do the job for them? If they're able to, the monies that they do get, Madam Speaker, for the territorial trials, it's territorials before you go for the main, for the Arctic Winter Games, so it could be spread around a little bit, and making sure all communities and all students that are able to come in to do that, making sure they're able to come. The commitment from the Minister for that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member. Minister of Maca.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Arctic Winter Games trials are for the Arctic Winter Games to select Team N.W.T. However, what the member is asking is there's an opportunity to piggyback on other regional events, other regional opportunities. Then that is something that the regions and the communities work together on. So the money is for the communities to decide how they want to do it. We as the government and we as the department don't tell them, well, you got to do hockey, you got to do this. Again, the Recreation Association and the communities work together, come up with a plan to do what they want to do. Unfortunately, COVID had an impact on us previously, but we are starting to work together. And so if the members wants to reach out to me and we can sit down and have the opportunity to talk with the Recreation Development Coordinator and with his communities and see what we can do, work with Sport North, Aboriginal Sports Circle. We're willing to work with the communities to see what opportunities are available for the residents, for the youth. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think what we have to do, I look back when back in the 90s when we were younger, when we were able to travel around and education, through the education system, having putting it into the schools and having, if you're good attendance and if you're able to go with your attendance to give them incentive to go to school, to do travel, and that's what they used to do with us. And I think with the education, I think would the minister be interested in working with the Minister of Education on this as well? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member. Minister of Maca.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm more than willing to work with whoever we can get our youth engaged on, whether it's the education system, whether it's the schools, the communities, the local sports groups. I do kind of disagree with the member about making sure attendance and that. Sometimes the only reason our youth are coming to school is to be part of the sporting team. I can tell you from my experience as a coach, we lost youth because they didn't have their attendance. It wasn't 70%, it wasn't 60%. And what did we do? Those youth, when we went and traveled, those youth were making bad choices. So if the youth are wanting to be part of the team, I think we really need to work with them and work with the system to get these youth engaged. Because once we got them hooked, as the member said, once you're hooked, you want to go to school. You want to be engaged into the sport recreation activities afterwards. So I'm more than willing to make a long answer shorter. I'm more than willing to work with the minister and the member on this. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yeah, I just, for myself, I think like I did last week, I called everybody out on suicide prevention. Now it's the same thing, but it's in a different light we're using. We're using our youth now to give them opportunity. We don't give them, they're pushed to the side, We have to stop this in regards to making a way for them. We can't just say, oh, youth are our future, not do nothing for them. We got to stand up for them, in this house, and do something for them instead of just lip service. So I will be talking to the minister, and I look forward to working with both of them to get this happening for this year. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member. Minister of Maca.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I can tell you the Department of Municipal Community Affairs is not doing lip service. We have youth contributions. We have youth court. We have youth center initiatives. We also have children and youth resilience program, the regional sports programs, and the N.W.T youth ambassadors. And we're also working on developing a youth strategy. So we are actually taking it to Committee of Cabinet within the next month. Then we're going to bring it to committee to have that conversation. It's part of the youth, our youth strategy, but it's also part of the suicide prevention strategy we're talking about, the members talking about. So I appreciate the member's passion. I greatly appreciate his willingness to come and bring this to the forefront, and we'll work together with him. I can guarantee you that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the restoration of the Hay River Harbour and Channel is not just a Hay River matter, as it impacts all of our communities along the Mackenzie River, along the Arctic coast and into the high Arctic. It is important that this government seeks support from all persons, businesses, fishers, communities, and Indigenous governments relying on access to a safe, navigable harbour, community supply and transportation services to have the federal government support this initiative. Madam Speaker, before we head home for our mini session break, I would be remiss if I did not ask questions on the Hay River Harbour. We need the harbour to be safe and operational so that goods can move safely up the valley to communities along the river and into the Inevaluate settlement area. Madam Speaker, can the Minister of Infrastructure tell me what progress, if any, has been made since I last questioned her in the House? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I can agree with the member that renewing the Hay River Harbor is very important to the residents of the Mackenzie Valley communities as well as the Inuvialuit settlement area. I can also tell the member that since we last spoke, an interdepartmental committee is being struck to be able to start the work on putting together the information that is required to get any necessary permitting in place, ultimately building a renewed proposal to take to the federal government. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, that is good to hear. I'm glad to see that at least something was done in the last week. Finally, we may have a minister that will do what others before her were unable to accomplish since 1995. Madam Speaker, can the minister outline what the time frame is for getting this information together in the form of a business case and forwarding it to the federal government for a funding decision? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll take any compliment I can get right now. So, Madam Speaker, so right now the department's effort is focused on addressing some of the needs of the residents in Sax Harbor. So I take this opportunity to assure the member from N.W.T that that is a priority for us. Having said that, once we are done, we can put additional resources to put to the post-mortem of the MTS 2022 sailing season, of which continued operation of the Hay Rivers Harbor is a factor. So I can't commit to a definite timeline, but be assured the member, I want to be assured to the member that work is underway. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have 4 days off, so hopefully when I ask her next week, we'll have made more progress. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the Minister has pointed out, it will be very important, but hopefully not imperative, to get the federal government on side to secure the funding necessary for the renewal of the Hay River Harbor. Madam Speaker, can the Minister outline the efforts to date to engage with the federal government and the necessary federal ministers? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So as of right now, we are preparing material to bring forward to Cabinet, the Premier and Ministers to use in any engagement with federal ministers where the opportunity to be able to discuss the need to ensure that the Hay River Harbor is operational. I've recently wrote to the Minister of Transportation as well as the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans on the need to make sure Hay River Harbor is operational to be able to meet the needs of Northerners. Once we have done a post-mortem on the MTS 2022 shipping season, I will be engaging with the applicable minister in person. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And hearing her say post-mortem, I'm thinking MTS might be dead. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I encourage the Minister to keep pressure on the federal government, seek support of stakeholders, and stress the importance of the Hay River Harbor in moving goods to the residents of the Mackenzie Valley and Inevaluate settlement region. Madam Speaker, for my last question, is the Minister willing to come to Hay River and hear firsthand the concerns that Hay River residents and stakeholders have on the continued operation of the Hay River Harbor and the need for immediate action? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Infrastructure.
Just say yes.
Just say yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So as the member knows, I've already accepted an offer from both the two MLAs from Hay River to be able to go, not this weekend, but next weekend of October 29th and 30th. So I look forward to meeting with some of the residents to be able to discuss the need to remediate the, I'm getting Saxon, Hay River Harbor. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Tabacha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, can the Minister of Housing, N.W.T, explain why constituents would receive inconsistent information from officials at the South Slave District Office versus officials at the local housing authority in Fort Smith? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
To Member Minister for Housing NT.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. The local housing authorities, they run under a service agreement that is provided by Housing N.W.T, and they operate under our policies. Unfortunately, in the last couple of years, we weren't able to provide training to the local housing authorities, but we've just recently completed workshops with the district offices, the LHO managers, and we are going to be also providing a workshop for the maintenance employees as well too that run under the local housing authority. We did have issues with this office in the past before, and I'm willing to send the officials into the office to provide further training and further distinctions on consistent information that should be provided to our tenants. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Tabacha.
Madam Speaker, can the Minister explain the reasoning why a destroyed and unlivable house would be used against someone who is applying to public housing? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Minister for Housing N.W.T.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Homeowners are not eligible for the public housing programming, but if those units are deemed not repairable, we do make exceptions with the local housing authorities as well too. And if their income levels exceed for the programming for public housing, we do make exceptions for market housing. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Tabacha.
Madam Speaker, can the Minister explain why Housing N.W.T had failed to reach out to my constituents once their destroyed home was sold and the property it sat on was sold, so they could adjust their rental agreement and enter public housing? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister for Housing N.W.T.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to comment that when these units are sold, we don't necessarily keep a track of all of the units that are private homeowners that are selling their houses in the community. But I can have the LHO office reach out to the individual as well too. But right now, I'm assuming that the individual is housed in our market housing units right now, but is just not eligible for public housing. I will follow up with the member. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Tabacha.
Madam Speaker, will the Minister commit to initiate the process of an independent oversight into my constituents' housing situation, to understand all information regarding the rental agreement they have with Housing N.W.T, and fix this unnecessary situation for two elders who should not be penalized by this government? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister for Housing N.W.T.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I look forward to following up with the member. It sounds like the circumstances for the individuals have changed. We are currently under a policy review as well too, and I will commit to looking at that file. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Trinidad-Willowdale.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For the last week or 2 weeks here now, I've been raising the issues about housing in our communities, and what I've been hearing from this government is basically there's no commitments. They're just, for me, I hear what's been said to me is more or less, I heard that before. I heard it for a long time. So I do have questions, Madam Chair, is that My question is when I was doing my member statement, I was a little taken back that there was an A coming from the Minister of Health. And my question was to the Premier. I have a lot of questions for health. That'll be next week. In the mandate status report, 65% of the commitments are identified as in progress with the Premier's statement in her message. Within the document that the majority of the commitments identified as in progress are on track to completion. Can the Premier clarify her statement as to what majority means in this context of the 65% commitment? Is it 65% or isn't it? Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm kind of wondering if other members besides myself wonder if we could turn back time, knowing that we'd be hit with the pandemic crisis never seen in our lifetime and lasting around 2 years, would we still have defined 22 priorities for this government? However, in saying that, despite the challenges over the past 2 years, we continue to work to achieve the majority of our commitments by the end of our term. The member is correct that 65% of our commitments were in progress in our February 2022 status report. At that point, we had fulfilled 23.5% of our mandate commitments. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Thank you. Thank you, Premier, for your answer, and I appreciate that. And I understand that, yes, we've been through the pandemic and we're hitting the ground running again. Can the Premier update the House as to the exact percentage of mandate commitment filled? You said 23.3%. Also, can the Premier advise the House if that 75% of the mandate commitments in progress and in planning will be completed in time remaining before the next election? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member. Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think I'll combine two in one. We've since completed, since the February 2022 status report, we've since completed another 10% of our mandate items and moved out of the early planning for another 3%. The latest numbers I have for August 2022 are 58% of our commitments are in progress and 34% have been fulfilled. I don't have a firm percentage on hand to precisely define a majority, but the numbers show that we've made significant progress between February and August. As per the 75%, as stated, the COVID did slow the progress, but we're still working on them. And I'm hopeful that the work in this House and the work with our public service and government partners, as well as regular members, that we're going to achieve at least 75% of our mandate commitments. Madam Speaker, it's not unusual. Even though COVID hit, it's not normal that within assemblies that the last term of the government to still have a significant high percentage of in-progress work. New and significant work takes time to plan before it can be completed, but we're actually quite pleased with where we are. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Thank you, Madam Chair. John, a reasonable person would say considering 50% or less commitments unfilled to be a failure to implement the mandate. What are the consequences of such failure if the government fails to deliver its mandate? So by the next session, you will have a good understanding of where we're at. So thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Member. Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, the consequence of a government not delivering on its mandate is really up to the public. It's up to the voters to decide the consequences if we don't achieve the results in this House. As I said, I'm confident that we're going to be able to fulfill the majority of our mandate commitments. However, in honesty, Madam Speaker, I think a lot of the public and the next voting will be about the COVID, how we responded to the COVID pandemic, and that's not on our mandate, but it was the #1 priority. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Final supplementary, member for Trinidad-Willowday.
No, that's it. Thank you.
Oral questions. Member for Montfouille.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is part of my question, okay? We all know Indigenous people in the Northwest Territories are struggling with alcohol and substance abuse, grief, loss, violence, and intergenerational trauma from colonizations, residential school, and systemic racism. Many want to go to treatment but are turning to alcohol and drugs to cope because the N.W.T does not have a territorial-based treatment facility. The overwhelming majority of the N.W.T residents want a territorial-based treatment facility. Why doesn't the territory have a treatment facility located in the territory? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Montfouille, Minister for Health and Social Services.
Thank you. The simple reason that we don't have a treatment centre is because they don't work. We've tried 4 times the effort to provide one treatment centre for all the regions, languages, and cultures hasn't been successful. People don't attend. And what we found is by giving people options, they attend in greater numbers than they ever have when we had a facility in the N.W.T. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member from Montfouille.
Okay, thank you for that. Why doesn't the minister listen to the will of the people and develop a plan to open a traditional Indigenous Healing Territorial Addiction Treatment Program? Can the minister provide data on the number of injury or death related to drugs and alcohol since 2013, since the treatment center was closed in the Northwest Territories? Thank you.
Thank you, member. Minister for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not exactly sure what the member is asking for. If she's asking for how many people have been to treatment in that time, I can provide that information.
Thank you, Minister. Member from Montfouille.
Why doesn't the minister listen to the will of the people, is what I said. This is what the people want. And at the same time, can she provide the data on the number of injury and death related to drugs and alcohol since 2013? So this is all related to the territorial treatment facility in the Northwest Territories. So that's what I was asking for. Thank you. And that's my second question. So I'm just replying to her. I still have 2 more questions. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I don't have the detail at hand that the member is looking for, so I'll have to return to her. Thank you.
Thank you. Final supplementary, member for Montfouille.
Will the Minister of Health commit to reopening an addiction-based facility, treatment, and wellness center in the Northwest Territories?
Member for Montfouille, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. No.
Thank you. Oral questions. Member for, where are we? Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not actually really sure who is the lead on transferring the land to the city of Yellowknife. I think MACA kind of writes the process, but then lands at the end of the day, has to do the work of getting it over there. But so my questions are for I'm going to say the Minister of Lands on when we can expect the bulk land transfer to the city of Yellowknife to be complete. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Aka.
Well, MACA doesn't deal with that, Madam Chair, or Madam Speaker, but Minister of Lands, I guess that's coming with me here. I can tell this House that the department's been working with the city only to discuss potential land transfers. We have also worked, as MACA has worked with the city to come up with a bulk land transfer agreement there. We are also in the process of finalizing an MOU that outlines which land the city wants. So in the city, when we first talked about it, was this big chunk of bulk land, and then they realized it wasn't the bulk land that they were looking, big chunk, they were looking for specifics to start out. And so we've got that process going on. Again, it's also about the location of the land and what's available. And while this work continues, the member must be advise that the process for the application for the city also involves us, our consultation on which are obligations, which we need to work with our Indigenous governments to work with them on that. So we are working with the city. We are trying to get them to identify the locations of pieces of land that they want, and the application process is in place, and we start going through that process. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair, or Madam Speaker. Yeah, I've reviewed the Minister's department has kind of created a process that any community can look to if they want to go through a similar process, and I appreciate that. I'm just wondering if we could get a bit more of a detailed timeline for the remaining process, you know, and the stages to transfer land. I understand there's this land selection. We need the City of Yellowknife to go and do that. We need them to get back to us on an MOU, and then there's a number of processes, surveying and ultimately, you know, transfer. But I'm just wondering if somewhere there can be provided a detailed kind of timeline on the steps that need to occur. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister Flans.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the MOU will include specific parcels, we need to work with Indigenous governments, as I said, and undertake our consultation obligations, as I said previously. And the House has heard me say this, we just need to do it right. We need to make sure we do everything right so we get the process done so we don't have any challenges later on. After consultation and hearing from Indigenous governments, we can then finalize the MOU. I can say that we are hoping to get the draft and consultation done by the end of this year, not fiscal year, but this year, calendar year. But I don't want to preempt the results of the consultation. So unfortunately, I can't give you a firm timeline to finalize the MOU. During this time that I mentioned, the city can still apply for pieces of land, certain parcels, and then we will go through that process to make sure it's done properly. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. My understanding is that the YKDFN are in support of this. In fact, it's one of the steps that is part of the boundary change where the City of Yellowknife has actually agreed to take land out of their municipal boundary and give it to the YKDFN. Because right now, the City of Yellowknife actually has quite a bit of their land and their land withdrawal in their boundaries, which I don't think is warranted or appropriate. But I guess my question to the Minister is, you know, we have a new council coming in, and this was very much an election issue, as it's been an election issue, I think, every single city council for many years now. And I'm just wondering if the department can reach out and give either the city or the new council or the minister can a bit of a briefing about what has been done so far, where the department's at and where their city's at, because it's clear there's some misunderstanding and there's probably some work to be done both by their administration and our administration. But if the minister's department could reach out and just make sure that this council is updated on what the actual facts are, I think that would help all of us. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister Flans.
Thank you. The preamble to the member's question saying, well, YK Denny's supportive of it. It's a little bit more complicated than that, and I don't want to get into the House and having it. We have to recognize the consultation process of it, and we're working with that. And the member is right, there is some land withdrawals within the municipal boundaries that YK Denny have interest in. But in regards to his question, the department's more than willing to meet with council. We're more than willing to have that conversation, but we just need this new elected council to reach out to us. We will more than willing to meet with them, have that conversation, and if the committee of SCEDI wishes to ask that, have an update, we can have a technical brief with them as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Oral questions. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my questions are for the Minister of ITI, and again, I want to thank her for having that meeting. I know it was a tough one to schedule. Around the conversation of airships with proper support, prototype testing for airships could begin here in the Northwest Territories in as little as 2 to 5 years. So can the Minister give us her thoughts around the viability of the airships in the North, given our meeting? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of ITI.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I don't know that my thoughts are necessarily the ones that matter the most. I'm not going to be the expert in the area, but I was fortunate to be joined at this meeting. Technical staff from the Department of Infrastructure, technical staff from the Department of Industry, Tourism, Investment, and it certainly was an interesting opportunity to learn about all the tremendous possibility that could exist within the use of airships in the north or other remote sites. So, you know, as far as the viability, I think there's probably a number of challenges, not the least of which would be infrastructure to switch over to allow them to land, for instance. But certainly, it's again, we were grateful to have the conversation. The ideas can't get anywhere if the conversations don't start. So I am also going to extend my appreciation for having the opportunity to meet with the folks who are the experts in that area. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And yes, I know I have not given the minister a long time to mull over the possibilities of airships, so I do appreciate that the department and the minister is open to this. And I guess where I come from it is there's twofold here, is that the airships could help provide some transportation solutions for us, but they're also an economic potential piece. And so can the minister speak around whether or not she found that the applicability or the ability to attract this type of work as an economic arm or in the cold weather testing area? Did she see that as being something that was viable from the conversation? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of ITI.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is a conversation I'll have to have more with Minister Archie and my counterparts, her and her counterparts over in the Department of Infrastructure, and then more importantly with our colleagues over in the federal government and the Department of Transport. They are responsible for regulating the airship industry, and that will be certainly a first point of call before we are likely to get far ahead. But to the extent that cold weather testing of various aviation products is out and is of interest to them. So once this, if this idea does get to the federal table, well then the Northwest Territories has been a place where we've had cold weather testing. Recent Korean military helicopter testing brought, I think, over 60 people to the Northwest Territories for a period of time, and a fairly significant economic investment. So certainly share the interest in being a place that if there's going to be some viability testing, then we would certainly want to be at the top of that list. So, again, don't want to miss opportunities, and glad to make sure that conversation is had. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The minister kind of answered one of my questions there, so I'm going to just go out a little bit further here. Given that, we're really, and I get that this crosses two departments, so I'm just going to ask that the minister bear with me. Given that we're in the phase now of talking about the airport expansion at the Yellowknife Airport, and given that, cold weather testing is an area that we do want to be expanding, not only for the airships, but for others, does the minister see an option to have a cold weather sort of testing area in the new airport? So I'm not saying this just for this particular one, but maybe rather than having just people randomly come and having to interfere with our regular airport or have the airport work around them, we could actually incorporate this into the design. And is that something that the minister sees as feasible, or are we talking about land issues and it's just not going to happen? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Industry, Tourism, Investment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, that is something that would involve probably not just one or two departments, probably multiple departments. So, can certainly commit to having a more detailed conversation about that prospect with all relevant colleagues over here. And, just noting that it was clear in our conversations that when we had this meeting last week, there are some particular infrastructure requirements that are different for a dirigible than what there might be to accommodate a regular or more traditional airplane. But that's, again, that in and of itself isn't a reason to not start having the conversation. So, the idea that this could be a cold weather testing place, again, I'd be happy to bring that back and bring it back to the member or to this House. It certainly is one that we've had some good success in thus far. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker. I was so good for most of the time. Can the minister commit to working with me to try and get the Aviation Innovations Conference to come here sometime in the next couple of years? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of ITI.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I think N.W.T. Tourism, who has a specific funding portfolio for bringing up conferences, would probably love to have that conversation. So let's commit to having the conversation and seeing where that can go. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. My question is for the Minister responsible for the Northwest Territories Power Corporation, and I'm not above giving compliments, so my statement detailed the September 11th experience of Yellowknifers beset with a day-long series of 6 electrical outages. So can the Minister say whether a detailed investigation is underway into this major collapse of electrical supply in our largest community? Merci, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Minister responsible for Northwest Territories Power Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I could just say yes and sit down, but I want to take this opportunity to apologize to those impacted by the outages that occurred. And I want to also take this time, Madam Speaker, to go over a brief summary of the investigation of the power outages that happened here in Yellowknife in September. So the first full system outage occurred at about 5:30 on Saturday, September 10. This was caused to be high winds in the area that brought a tree in contact with the transmission line. The second outage occurred Sunday, September the 11th at 11:30, and with the system restoration began with a full diesel backup. So high winds caused a tree to contact with the transmission line. The third full outage system occurred at 4:28. So the electrical stability issues again made it difficult to restore the power using diesel. Workers identified a transformer at the Jackfish generating station was responsible for the stability issues, and it was taken offline. Madam Speaker, I think everyone realizes the high winds that weekend were unprecedented. I would like to thank the Northwest Territories Power Corporation personnel that responded to removing the trees on the power line and finding the fault at the Jackfish. I have more detailed information on the investigation. I'm not going to go through it in full. I'm sure people are pointing at the clock right now, but thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. I want to thank the Minister for her minister's statement, but and of course she's free to table more information about those outages if she wants. But winter's coming on, and electrical outages can become a threat to public safety and property. So can the Minister tell us what steps have been put in place to make sure that the events of September 11th are not going to be repeated, where both a hydro grid and backup systems failed at the same time? Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you. Minister responsible for Northwest Territories Power Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I can advise that the Northwest Territories Power Corporation conducts testing and continually completes preventative maintenance to ensure equipment is ready for the cold winters that we experience every year. Supplying electricity is complex, and it's becoming more and more challenging with the climate change. Like the high winds experience that weekend, and Northwest Territories Power Corporation is adapting to this new environment. Changes have been made to ensure backup diesel generation is available if there is a disruption from hydro generation. Power Corporation also has a vegetation management plan to be able to remove any dangerous trees and complete some brushing on the transmission and distribution lines. Planned brushing on the snare transmission line is currently being completed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. I want to thank the Minister for that. For some years now, we've been in this interesting situation where the Board of Directors of the N.W.T. Power Corp are made up of deputy ministers from our government. So can the Minister tell us whether there are any plans to return the utility to a publicly run entity, maybe before the end of this century? Merci, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member. Minister responsible for Northwest Territory Power Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Having deputy ministers serve as members of the board has helped to ensure alignments with the NTPC's work and planning as a utility with the broader energy priorities for the Northwest Territories. While some cost savings to ratepayers may be achieved by having this board of volunteers, there is a cost in terms of deputy minister's time and focus. And there are also other options that might be preferred to keep work aligned where it makes sense to be. Northwest Territories Power Corporation, for example, should continue to work with the N.W.T on maximizing opportunities for investment in capital, particularly where this can help avoid costs passed on to the ratepayers, Madam Speaker. While I'm not going to commit to the outcome of the questions, I have committed to engaging with regular MLAs and having questions around the board of directors answered by the end of this assembly. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. I want to thank the Minister for that. There was a lot to unpack. I'm not going to take her on with much about what she said there, but I know, and I can't really talk about the Public Utilities Board here with regard to the outages, but can the Minister tell us whether the N.W.T Power Corporation is required to provide any information on outages, their causes, and actions to prevent further outages to the Public Utilities Board, and how can that information be compiled and communicated better to the public as well? Merci, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, member. Minister for Northwest Territories Power Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, utilities are required to report on reliability and quality of service to the Public Utilities Board through the general rate application process. So this information is readily available on the Public Utility Board website, on the Public Utility Board's website. While the information required by the Public Utility Board categorizes outages by cause, by location, duration, frequency. Through the open and transparent GRA process, customers, along with the Public Utility Board, ask questions on historical outages and what actions are being done to be able to reduce the duration and frequency of future power outages. Northwest Territories Power Corporation informs customers and the general public of any planned outages, also does the same for any unplanned outages through our social media platforms, also through news releases, media interviews. So we do respond back. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my questions today are for the Minister of Health and Social Services. I'm wondering if NTH-SSA will consider funding Aurora College nursing student tuition for Southern students who want to study and work in the N.W.T as a means to attract new nursing students. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Minister of Health and Social Services.
This year, the Health and Social Services system is offering a Health and Social Services bursary program, which will provide bursary funding to Indigenous and Northern students to help support them as they pursue a career in health and social services. We are targeting that group of students because we believe there's greater opportunity for retention. It's just worth noting that the Aurora College currently has an intake in the nursing program of 30 seats a year. The majority of them are, in fact, from the N.W.T or have lived here for some period of time before that. So what I take away from this is that we are set up to do exactly what the member is asking. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I agree with the Minister 100%. There's much more retention for people raised in the North to stay and to work as nurses in the Northwest Territories. Given that there are 30 seats a year within Aurora College for nursing students, does the Minister know, or are they currently lobbying Aurora College to increase the number of seats that are available to nursing students a year? And does Health and Social Services plan to expand the bursary program that they're currently offering to Northern students to Southern students as well, given that we are in such a national shortage of nurses? Thank you.
Thank you, member. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I don't have any information that the nursing program is oversubscribed and that people are being turned away. What I can say about the bursary program is it hasn't been offered before, so we have no information on the uptake. So I think the idea is to, first of all, work with Indigenous and Northern students and then expand given the results of the initial offering. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm wondering if Health and Social Services will commit to providing conditional employment contracts to potential nursing graduates in January before they are headhunted by other jurisdictions. In speaking with past graduates, they have noted that quite often they, in the month of June, are receiving casual contracts and are really having to put their faith in the GNWT to get around to providing indeterminate contracts to them, and so I'm wondering if we can bump this up to really make sure that we're not losing nurses to other jurisdictions. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Department of Finance staff, I'm told, will be meeting with the graduating class of licensed practical nurses next week to discuss the benefits of working with the GNWT. And in addition, NTHSSA and Human Resources staff will be meeting with the current college nursing students set to graduate next year on November 29th, and will provide conditional job offers at that time. The trip from conditional offer to indeterminate position involves making sure that all the requirements of the position are filled, such as graduate certification, successful completion of national certification, and achieving the registration requirements. Once those are all in place, the person is offered an indeterminate job. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Cam Lake.
Very much, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for that. I know that regular MLAs will be watching for this to make sure that this does happen, because it's really important to both the students and MLAs that we're able to retain the students who are trained here at Aurora College and have most likely grown up here in the Northwest Territories as well. Madam Speaker, currently public servants are being denied education leave for nursing as it does not fulfill their home department's mandate within the government. And so I'm wondering if Health and Social Services will work with the GNWT to create an all-of-government approach to education leave for public servants who want to pursue nursing careers and who want to pursue studies within Aurora College. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you. It's my information that the Department of Finance is reviewing the education leave program at this time, and more detail is available from that department. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Montfouille.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker. With reference to the Minister's response to my previous question, it is really sad because, and unfortunate, because we have many people in the small communities who are suffering with trauma, especially with trauma experience, especially from all the loss of life due to addiction. We know that people want to heal and move forward. So with that in mind, will the Minister commit to a renew approach and rebuild effective and respectful working relationship with Palmacres Lodge in order to renew the service contract and ensure Indigenous Northerners and communities have access to their creative, community, and Indigenous-focused treatment solution? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you. There's been issues with the contract with Palmacres Lodge. They initiated the cancellation of their contract, and that takes effect at the end of October. There were a number of contractual issues that relate to services not being delivered as contracted. I'm personally disappointed that this relationship is not stronger. I have met many people in my life who have been to Palmacres and who've been very satisfied with the services that they've received there and have achieved long-term sobriety, which I think is the goal that we all are hoping for. So I have committed to meeting with the Executive Director of Palmacres to see if it is possible to resolve the issues that are outstanding, and that meeting will take place on Monday. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Montfouille.
Well, I just want to ask the Minister if she reached out to, to them, because the clinical director of the program is in town, and if she wants to, I can arrange for the meeting to take place. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm meeting with the Executive Director on Monday. I appreciate the offer from the member.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Written questions. Written questions. Returns to written questions. Returns to written questions. Replies to Commissioner's address. Replies to Commissioner's address. Petitions. Petitions. Reports of committees on the review of bills. Reports of committees on the review of bills. Reports of standing and special committees. Reports of standing and special committees. Tabling of documents. Minister of Housing, N.W.T.
Madam Speaker, I wish to table the following document, plain language document for Bill 56, an act to amend the N.W.T. Housing Corporation Act. Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Tabling of documents. Minister responsible for Status of Women.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to table the following document, 2021-22 Status of Women Council of the Northwest Territories Annual Report. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Tabling of documents. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. I wish to table the following document, a news release from Moody's entitled Moody's downgrades the Northwest Territories to AA2 Outlook Stable, dated March 9th, 2022. Merci, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Notice of motion. Notice of motion. Motions. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Reappointment and appointment of Human Rights Commission members. I've got two motions. Whereas Section 16, bracket 2 of the Human Rights Act provides that the Northwest Territories Human Rights Commission is composed of such members between 3 and 5 in number as may be appointed by the Commissioner on the recommendation of the Legislative Assembly. And whereas the Human Rights Commission currently has only 4 members, with the term of one of the Commission members set to expire on November 2nd, 2022. Now therefore I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Hay River North, that the Legislative Assembly recommend the reappointment of the following individual to the Northwest Territories Human Rights Commission, effective immediately for a term of 4 years. Mr. Yakub Adam of the City of Yellowknife, and further, that the Legislative Assembly recommend the appointment of the following individual to the Northwest Territories Human Rights Commission, effective immediately for a term of 4 years. Mr. Norman Yakalaya of the City of Yellowknife. Thank you.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Whereas Section 48, bracket 1 of the Human Rights Act provides for the establishment of an adjudication panel composed of at least 3 persons appointed by the Commissioner on the recommendation of the Legislative Assembly. And whereas Section 48, bracket 2 of the Human Rights Act provides that the members of the panel hold office during good behavior for a term of 4 years, with the exception of the first members appointed. And whereas there are 2 vacancies on the adjudication panel due to expired appointments. And whereas the Board of Management is tasked with recommending the individuals to the Legislative Assembly, and the Legislative Assembly is prepared to make recommendation to the Commissioner. Now therefore I move, second by the Honourable Member for Hay River North, that the following two individuals be recommended to the Commissioner of the Northwest Territories for reappointment as members of the Human Rights Adjudication Panel, effective immediately for a term of 4 years. Mr. Colin Bale of the City of Yellowknife and Mr. Paul Parker of the City of Yellowknife. And further, that the Speaker be authorized to communicate the effective date of this appointment to the Commissioner. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, member. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Notice of motion for the first reading of bills. Motions. Notice of motion for the first reading of bills. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have two motions. I give notice that on Wednesday, October 26, 2022, I will present Bill 58, an act to amend the Legislative Assembly and Executive Council Act, to be read for the first time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Notice of motion for the first reading of bills. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I give notice that on Wednesday, October 26, 2022, I will present Bill 59, an act to amend the Elections and Plebiscites Act, to be read for the first time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Notice of motion for the first reading of bills. Notice of motion for the first reading of bills. First reading of bills. First reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Minister for Housing, N.W.T.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Range Lake, that Bill 56, an act to amend the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation Act, be read for the second time. The bill amends the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation Act to continue the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation as Housing Northwest Territories. This bill will also include consequential amendments to the following statutes: Charter Communities Act, Cities, Towns and Villages Act, Environmental Rights Act, Family Law Act, Financial Administration Act, Hamlets Act, Ombuds Act, Public Service Act, Real Estate Agent Licensing, Residential Tenancy Act, Cleat-Show Community Government Act. Merci, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the principle of the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Second reading of bills. Minister of Justice.
Madam Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Yellowknife Centre, that Bill 57, Miscellaneous Statute Law Amendment Act 2022 be read for the second time. This bill corrects inconsistencies and errors in the statutes of the Northwest Territories. The bill also deals with other matters of a minor, non-controversial, and uncomplicated nature in statutes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. The motion is in order. To the principle of the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Bill 56 and Bill 57 have had second reading and will be referred to committee. Second reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Consideration of Committee of the Whole of Bills and Other Matters. Bill 23, 29, 48, 52, 53. Committee Report 33-19-2, Committee Report 34-19-2, Table Document 723-19-2, with Member for Decho in the chair.
And now, Committee of the Whole to order. What is the wish of committee? Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. The committee wishes to consider table document 723-19 brackets 2, 2023-2024 capital estimates with Health and Social Services and Industry, Tourism and Investment, and committee report 33-19 brackets 2 and Bill 52. Merci, Mr. Chair.
Does committee agree? Agreed. Thank you, committee. We will take a short recess. See. Committee, we have agreed to consider table document 723-19 brackets 2, capital estimates 2023-2024. Committee, we will now consider the Department of Health and Social Services. Does the Minister of Health and Social Services wish to bring witnesses into the chamber?
I do, Mr. Chair.
Thank Mussy. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses into the chamber. Would the Minister please introduce the witnesses?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On my left is Kyla Kakfuscott, the Assistant Deputy Minister, and on my right is Perry Heath, the Director of Infrastructure.
The committee has agreed to forego general comments. Does the committee agree to proceed to the detail contained in the tabled document? Committee, the Department of Health and Social Services begins on page 38. We will defer the department totals and review the estimates by activity summary, beginning at page 39 with administrative and support services, with information item on page 40. Health and Social Services, Administrative and Support Services, Infrastructure Investments, $500,000. Does the committee agree? Committee, please turn to page 41. Health and Social Programs with information item on pages 42 and 43. Health and Social Services programs. Just give me a moment, please. Yeah, it doesn't see that on here. Committee, going back to page 41, Health and Social Programs, and information items on page 42 and 43. Are there any questions? Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My questions are regarding the Wellness and Recovery Center, which I believe is the shelter that is planned to be built. Well, I guess it was originally planned to be built kind of by the old St. John's ambulance there on what I believe is, I don't know the streets in Yellowknife, sorry, but can I just confirm, well, whether that is the location or whether, I know there was a request from the city of Yellowknife to put it in the current location of the day shelter where the trailers are, or whether we have decided on a location. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Minister?
Met with the City of Yellowknife. They've expressed an interest in having the shelter located near the old Northern Frontier Visitor Center, which is where the current day shelter is. There's been no decision yet on that location. There are a number of pros and cons to each of the locations in consideration. Thank you.
I'll see. Follow up, Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Can I get, well, says 24, 25 for completion, which I assume would mean construction, next fiscal, probably pretty soon. Can I just get an update of when the estimated completion for this project is, or whether we're on track and on time, on budget? Thank you.
Minister. Yeah, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the budget for this project has changed, and the completion date has changed. And I'll ask my colleague, Perry Heath, to provide some additional detail. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Heath.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's our hope that once the location is finalized, we'll be in a position to finalize the design on this facility early in the next fiscal year, or potentially even late this fiscal year. We would expect that, again, once the location is determined, it will be a duration of approximately 24 to 36 months to go through construction completion. Again, the minister did make a discussions about the overall cost of this project, and we are currently in conversations with Canada under the ICIP program for funding and awaiting decision. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, okay, I heard, up to 36 months for construction. So I imagine that even this 24, 25 in the capital estimates here is probably ambitious. So it seems there's some issues with the cost. Is there any hope I can get an estimate of what this building is going to cost? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Minister.
Yeah, thank you. There are a lot of unknowns at this point because the location has not been fixed. We know a lot about the 51st Street location, but the Northern Frontier Visitor Center location has a number of challenges, and for additional detail, I'll ask Mr. Heath to fill in.
Mr. Heath.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's no secret to anybody that the Northern Frontiers Visitor Center site is probably one of the most complex geotechnical locations in Yellowknife. In one location, there's probably 3 or 4 feet of permafrost. In another location, there's probably 110 feet of permafrost. As you can probably imagine, that makes it very difficult to come with a construction estimate when you're trying to figure out the lengths of the piles. We would have to do an extensive investigation before we could finalize exactly what that budget would be. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
For that, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. I see that there's potential for ICIP funding, and I heard that we were making a decision there. Can I get someone to answer how much ICIP funding we're expecting, and if we can't get a dollar amount, is it a 75% expectation of capital funding? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the issues are, as Mr. Heath said, that without knowing which location is the final choice, then it's very difficult to estimate the project cost, but this is a 75-25 project.
Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Always happy to hear of 75-cent federal infrastructure projects, especially for social infrastructure. That's a good job if we can accomplish that. I guess I see that there is 26 million for large capital projects. Can someone tell me how much money that the department is currently asking the Assembly for presently? I get we don't have a final cost, but my understanding is by asking for this money, we're going to go borrow it for a project that has not secured federal funding, has not selected a location, and whose estimated completion date is inaccurate in the document in front of me. So how much money is the department currently asking us for? Thank you.
Minister.
Yeah, thank you. This project was originally considered to cost in the range of $10 million. The new cost is unknown. I agree that may not be an easy sell, for the federal government, but until the location is sorted out, we are not able to firm up the cost. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson?
Thank you. And my understanding is that we've actually awarded some contracts and some of this has already been tendered for the original location. Do we have a number of how much money we have already spent to date on this project?
Minister?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's true, there's a design contract that has been awarded for the 51st Street location, and for additional information on that, I'll ask Mr. Heath to provide.
Mr. Heath?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we went and through a public procurement, hired a local architecture firm to do the design. The estimated value of that design contract is $650,000. It was awarded publicly, and we are approximately 1/3 spent.
Mr. Johnson?
Yeah, thank you. When you spent a couple $100,000 on design for a building in one location, and then the whole other that location goes up, it risks hundreds of thousands of dollars in taxpayer money being spent on nothing. But I guess can we just get an update on when we expect a final decision to be made on location? Thank you.
Minister?
Yeah, thank you. We own the land. We have a technical assessment and an environmental assessment of the 51st Street location. The design was initiated on that basis. The city has asked us to reconsider the location, which we've said we're going to do. But at this point, there are quite a number of unknowns, such as whether we can access the land to do feasibility studies, geotechnical studies, what it would cost to purchase that land, what kind of redesign would be necessary as a result of that purchase. So there are some substantial unknowns at this point. And it's not entirely within our control. The land is for sale by a private individual, and access to the land is up to him. Thank you.
I beg committee's indulgence, if I can just have a minute. All right, with that, Ms. Knockleby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, could I just get a clarification that the N.W.T does not own the land that the current visitor center is on? Or sorry, not the visitor center, but the current location of and I'm going to call the wrong shelter, the temporary shelter that was at the site of the old visitor center. We don't own that land? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci for that, Minister.
Peace next to
it. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll ask Mr. Heath to answer that. Thank you.
Mr. Heath.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just a little bit of point of clarification. The Northern Frontiers Visitor Site is Commissioner's land. The property directly adjacent to the Northern Frontiers Visitor Site, which is more favorably geotechnically, is the site that, to achieve the same goals as being located on the Northern Frontiers Visitor Site, but not beyond one that is as geotechnically complex. Our preference would be to secure that piece of property, and we do not own that property. It is privately held. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci. Ms. Knockleby.
Thank you. So it's fair to say if we choose the location of the temporary shelter now, we would be looking to purchase the lot next to it and expand over that sort of dual lot. And I see a nodding, so I won't bother to go back. That being said, my question actually was around the geotech for the old visitor center lot. It does kind of change now that I know that, but is there potential to use old reports from when they were looking at the geotechnical, because the visitor center was, sinking or jacking up out of the ground. And I know they did some investigation at the time, so is there a possibility of doing a less intensive geotechnical by doing a bit of a desktop study and incorporating the older geotechnical reports? Thank you.
Minister.
Yeah, thank you. I'll ask Mr. Heath to answer that question.
Mr. Heath.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have looked at those reports and went through extensively looking at that. The complication is the foundation system utilized previously was not successful, and so the rationale and methodology that was employed in previous reports from previous designs could be determined as slightly vulnerable. The technology around building and in securing foundations in permafrost, as the member is probably acutely aware, has evolved in the last few years. And if we were to develop on that site, we would want to use the most recent and best technology to do it, which would require us to do new geotechnical studies. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Knockleby.
Thank you, which would be great news for all my former colleagues there that would love to get that work. But now that I am aware that it would be involving the purchase of the lot next door, I have to caution, or just a bit of a comment, is that there are two contaminated sites right in that location, both the old SO location and the old YK Motors. There is no way that the YK Motors site would not be contaminated due to the fact of the presence of the old gas station, which I know that I'm just speaking to what the department already knows, but thought it might be worthwhile clarifying. However, that being said, if I do prefer the location being over there and not at the 51st Street, and I just would, I guess, want to make a comment that I don't think that the studies done on the 51st Street lot out of that $650,000 pot would actually be necessarily a waste. At some point, the N.W.T would look to be using that as an asset, a site for a building of some sort or some sort of development, and therefore any studies we're doing in our core to, better characterize what the ground conditions are of Yellowknife is not a waste, in my opinion. So that is more of a comment, and I don't think I have any further questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci, Ms. Knockleby. Ms. Cleveland.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I guess first of all, congratulations to Emily Johnson. If you are a Yellowknifer and you don't know street names, it means you're properly acclimatized to being a Yellowknifer. My question is for the minister in regards to, I just want an idea of why the Department of Health and Social Services is requesting money for a capital project that they don't really have a kind of secure handle on what location is going to be used, what design is going to be used, when it will be completed, or what budget they're going to be requesting, given that this does not fall in line now with the new kind of capital budgeting process as outlined by the finance minister, where really they're switching to wanting to be able to only borrow money or use money or put money in the capital plan that is actually going to be used. And so I'm just wondering why the Department of Health is putting this money in here rather than first, I guess, gaining answers to these questions and then coming back with either during next year's budgeting cycle or with a supplementary appropriation for funds once they have more answers. Thank you.
Minister.
Yeah, there has been some investment in this project already. We thought we had a secure location and a secure budget for it, but much has changed in the last year. And so that's my general thought on that question, but I'll ask the Assistant Deputy Minister if she would like to add some additional information.
Assistant Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is, as the Minister says, a plan that we have had in place and on the books. New things have come up as considerations, one of them being the impacts of COVID on supply chain and pricing and things like that. So a budget that we had in place for a project is something that we need to take a look at. And in the meantime, we've had a request to look at an alternate location. We feel we have a responsibility not to dismiss that request out of hand. We need to give it its due diligence and consider it. It is a complicated request, and so it's taking some time, and there are lots of variables. But we are going to do that part so that we're not proceeding with a plan without having taken the time to hear that there might be other considerations.
Merci for that. Ms. Cleveland?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, my next question for the Minister is in regards to the request for a tractor for Hay River, and I just want to understand why a health authority would need to purchase a tractor and have one, I guess, of their own rather than potentially hiring a local contractor who owns a tractor to do whatever they're going to do with that tractor. And I'm just wondering if I can get more information on that. Thank you.
Merci for that. Minister?
Yeah, thank you. We're replacing the existing tractor rather than adding a new tractor, but I'll ask Mr. Heath if he wants to add anything more.
Mr. Heath.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The description of a tractor might be a little bit more complex. This is basically a small unit that they use to keep the sidewalks and things clean, and it's on like a as and when basis. Having a local contractor on the beck and call of every given minute has proven to be complex, and it's been cost efficient, or I would say more service oriented for them. They have their own unit. The existing one is wore out, and as the Minister said, we're simply replacing it through our evergreening program. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci for that. Ms. Cleveland.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. No, I appreciate that. I had visions of nursing staff on top of giant front-end loaders, so thank you for that. My next question, I'm wondering if somebody can help me out here. I just simply don't know what 1300 BGSM or 1600 BGSM stands for, so I'm just wondering if somebody can help me out with that one. Thank you.
Merci. Minister?
Yeah, I think that's a size by volume, and Mr. Heath can tell you what that means in something more commonly used like square feet.
Mr. Heath.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Building gross square meters, I believe, is the acronym. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Cleveland.
No other questions. Thank you so much.
So, any further questions from the committee? I don't see any. So what page is this one here? So I'll go back here, right? Okay, we'll go back to page 41, Health and Social Services. Programs, infrastructure investments, $28,415,000. Does committee agree? Great. Must see committee. Committee, please turn to page 44. Long-term and continuing care services with information item on page 45. Any questions from committee? I think we were accommodating two members that I already saw them heading to the airport. They were heading home, so that's the reason we put this up here. But if no one has any questions, then we'll move on with this. Ms. Knockleby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just curious to know, note that we have 4 projects here under the long-term care facility. 3 are in planning. 1 is actually, I'm guessing, into construction. Can I get an idea of how much is going towards the planning and how much is going towards that construction? Thank you.
Merci for that, Minister.
Yeah, thank you. I said to the members for Tabata and Hay River South that they could forward their questions to me. So these projects, 2 of these projects are impacted by the flooding that occurred last year and this year. They were planned for areas which flooded, in the respective years. So that has put some uncertainty into the budget because the location is not certain. The one that is furthest ahead at this point is in planning is the N.W.T long-term care, and I'll ask Mr. Heath to provide the specific answer to the member's question. Thank you.
Yeah, merci for that. Mr. Heath.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our corporate capital planning process allocates, and this is not a hard and fast number, but approximately 5% of the overall capital budget in terms of planning, and that's the needs assessment, operational plan, functional program, schematic design, and we go as far as to getting a Class C cost estimate. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci. Ms. Knockleby.
Thank you for that. I guess then my next question is, it's my understanding there's been some issues with the ground for the site in N.W.T. I'm just wondering if that's going to then drive up the costs for the planning for that project, or are we able to accommodate that within house? Thank you.
Merci for that. Minister.
Yeah, Mr. Heath, please.
Mr. Heath.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the overall planning budget in this capital estimates is sufficient to do the planning for the N.W.T long-term care facility. We are piggyback off some study that's happening with the hospital. There's geotechnical work going on there. We're doing that work in concert with this facility, and so basically any recommendations that end up addressing some of the foundation's issues elsewhere in the community will be applied to this facility, and that's how we're able to accommodate. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Knockleby.
Thank you. I just want to say I actually am really glad to hear that. When I was doing geotechnical work before, because the drill has to be mobilized into communities, and that's if N.W.T is selected, they can drive it in, but in other areas up in the Mackenzie Delta and the Mackenzie Valley, you have to barge them in. So I just kudos to the department for trying to make use of drill time and engineers that have already been mobilized to sites. So I'd like to see more of that. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm done.
Minister.
Thank you for the comment.
Ms. Knockleby.
Thank you. I'm finished, Mr. Chair. Yeah.
Okay, merci, Joe. Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I'm just now we have this new approach to budgeting. If you look at the last 3 years, we spent 30 million, 40 million, 40 million, 7 million this year. So there's been a radical drop in spending on long-term care. And then I look over at the list of projects and 3 are in planning, which I get is why there's way less money here. We kick some for planning, but can I just get a sense of so this current fiscal that we're in right now, we're spending $40 million, and I assume some of the previous fiscals carried over, but what are we actually building right now for long-term care? What would that $40 million in the current fiscal be getting us? Is it all the Hay River facility that I see here, being the only one that's not in planning? Thank you.
Merci. Minister.
Yeah, thank you. As I mentioned, the site of the Hay River long-term care, which is the old H.H. Williams site, flooded in the spring. And so there's a question about whether that site is still suitable for building the long-term care on. So that location is now in question. In 2021, the location that we had planned for the Fort Simpson long-term care flooded. So that location is also in question. So that's one of the reasons that these schedules have been adjusted. I'll just ask Mr. Heath if he would like to add anything further to the Hay River project, which was the project we thought was furthest along. Thank you.
Merci for that. Mr. Heath.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The majority of money currently being expended in Hay River is actually for the demolition of the H.H. Williams facility. We went to public RFP, awarded a contract to a local contractor for approximately, I believe it was $2 million for that work. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci. Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, this is perhaps me not understanding how exactly capital estimates working, but, we have $41 million for the fiscal we're presently in. I assume we are trying to spend $41 million in this fiscal, but I don't understand how we get to that number. If some of it's demolition and there's west planning, is there some other major project here? Or I guess also what I'm asking is, are we going to spend $41 million this year on long-term care, or is that number just completely unrealistic at this point? Thank you.
Massey, Minister.
Yeah, I think the missing piece here is the Stanton Legacy Project, which is partly a long-term care project. And so I'll ask Mr. Heath to provide additional detail on the spending on that project. Thank you.
Mr. Heath.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The overall construction budget that spans over multiple years for Legacy was awarded for the sum of approximately $47 million. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, okay, I think that does answer my question. So, and the reason I don't see that here is because the estimated completion for that is this fiscal, and that we are on budget and on time for Stanton Legacy opening at the end of this fiscal and spending this $40 million or whatever the number, 40-something million dollars that it costs. Is that correct? Thank you.
Massey, Minister.
Yeah, the estimated completion time by the contractor is the end of this calendar year. There'll need to be a commissioning period, and then the various components that are occupying the building, the extended care unit, the long-term care beds on the third floor, and the Frame Lake Clinic audiology and rehab on the main floor. Those will be phased in the next fiscal year. So just as a reminder, this is the capital budget, so there will be O&M costs that will come in the form of a supplementary appropriation. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson.
No further questions. Thank you.
Massey, Ms. Cleveland.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I was on the same page, sorry, as MLA Johnson. I won't fully repeat what he has said, but my concern is that 3 out of 4 of these long-term care facilities are in planning phases. The planning phase is estimated completion of 20, like the year that is under estimated completion. That's the estimated completion of the planning phase. Is that correct?
Minister.
For Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Heath will clarify that.
Mr. Heath.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for Fort Simpson, Fort Smith, and N.W.T, what's projected is the completion of planning, which encompasses needs assessment, operational plan, functional program, and schematic design, and Class C cost estimate. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci for that. Ms. Cleveland.
Thank you very much. And sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing Mr. Heath at times. So I don't know if we can turn up his microphone. It could just be my ears, so I apologize for that. So my concern is that given that this is that the planning stage, not the actual facilities, will be done at the estimated completion time, that really the soonest we're going to have additional long-term care facilities in the Northwest Territories would be the 27-28 fiscal year, which is another 6 years away from now. And a lot of these facilities are already late, I guess, or have been pushed back from when they were expected. And I have concerns about this given that one of the priorities of this assembly was aging in place. And the infrastructure deficit of being able to properly care for our elders right now is huge. And so given as well that MACA has made a commitment of completing new flood maps this fall, is there any opportunity to advance some of these estimated completion timelines in order to see additional facilities in our territory sooner? Thank you.
Minister.
Yeah, thank you. The Stanton Legacy building will have 74 beds of long-term care. They won't all open at once. They're not all needed at once, but we anticipate opening 17 of them in the next fiscal year. So, and the building will be ready to have more beds phased in as necessary. The projects certainly the project in Hay River in particular, had there not been a flood this year, would have continued on to a nearer completion. But unfortunately, we have to wait until we know what the new flood maps look like before we select a location for that. Thank you.
Merci for that. Ms. Cleveland.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I guess in here, and I know this isn't new information to the department, but I think it needs to be said is, especially with the state of the territory right now, our elders and having elders in community is so important to community members and to the mental health of community members, to the mental health of our elders and to the quality of life of our elders. And so I think this is making pathways for elders to be able to age in place is incredibly important, and this is a piece of that puzzle. And so I really do encourage the department to please move these along, I guess, as much as possible. And in regards to Stanton Legacy opening up and the beds opening up, can the minister just confirm what day they expect to be able to move their first residents into Stanton Legacy? Thank you.
Minister.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'm not able to give a date at this time for the first resident to move in. What I can say is that I can provide waiting list information. The largest waiting list presently is in the Beaufort Delta. It's 15 individuals. So there is a wait list, I think, in almost every location except for Fort Smith of somewhere between 1 and 15 individuals. So obviously, we are interested in having the long-term care facilities available. Our commitment to aging in place has as much to do with home care and supports provided for people to stay in their own homes as it does to put them into facilities which may or may not be in their communities. So this is a continuum of care that we're trying to provide here, from supports in people's homes to when they need 24-hour care to go into long-term care. Thank you.
Merci. Ms. Cleveland.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate that from the minister. I want to understand a little bit more, given that it seems like Hay River is our best bet for long-term care outside of Yellowknife. I want to understand from the minister if their intent is to move the facility because of where the floodwaters came to, or is it to redesign? And if the minister can confirm if the floodwaters came up to where the existing location was expected to be, or what specifically is needing to change because of the flood this year. Thank you.
Yeah, merci for that. Minister.
Yeah, thank you. I'll ask Mr. Heath to provide the detail on that.
Mr. Heath.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's two predominant dimensions that's influencing the decision around the first one is the original H.H. Williams, the base level floor was about 3 feet underwater. And so if we had built a new facility as we originally intended, the electrical, mechanical, kitchen, and all the services would have been 3 feet underwater. So very clearly, we wouldn't be able to implement with that design. The other element was that facility was without services for 9 days. And when I mean services, I mean power, water, and sewer. It's impossible to maintain continuity of a service program if you don't have water, sewer, and power for a duration of 9 days. The facility was evacuated. It was originally evacuated in part to the health center, which remained operational. Then eventually people were evacuated outside of the community. So our concern is striking a balance between moving forward with a project on a schedule that it's our preference to do it on, and striking that balance between building a facility that we can guarantee runs 365 days a year, and we do not have to evacuate. So that's the challenge we're up against. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Let's see for that. Mr. Jacobson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, just I would be remiss if I didn't say anything. You know, I've been asking for elders facilities in my communities quality of life for my elders, being shipped to Inuvik, not being able to see family. You know, it's pretty tough on for the elder and pretty tough on the family. And I was made a comment, some elder made a comment to me, said, only time I'll see my whole family again is when I go home in a box. That's not right, unacceptable. Quality of life for our elders, double standard. Double standard for southern to northern. I'm really, I'm happy that you guys in the communities that are getting more beds, but Inuvik getting more beds, that's just taking members from my riding, moving them to Inuvik when we already pay a high cost of living for travel, for the airline tickets. They're over $1,000. It's easier, cheaper to travel from Yellowknife to Edmonton return than it is to get a one-way ticket from Inuvik to Sax Harbor. It's really a double standard. I really want this, before, you know, we should be planning smaller units going into the communities where we're partnering up with the community corporation to make try to make it for all elders for aging in place and not having such a double standard. And it's disheartening. Because when I go to the hospital in Inuvik, I see my elders there that want to go home. Sad. But then we go, before there were 48 beds, now there's 24. It's, I don't know, you know, it's, I really am disheartened. Double standard for the northern people, my riding in the N.W.T. Double standard for my elders. Until something's done to work together with this department and with this government, they should be ashamed of themselves on that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a comment.
Mercy for that, and bringing that up to I'll allow the minister to reply if she would like. Mercy.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate that the member is frustrated with not having a long-term care facility in his constituency. In fact, most constituencies in the N.W.T. don't have long-term care facilities because there needs to be a certain size of population to make them cost-effective. What we've tried to do in places like N.W.T. is provide home care. We provide it everywhere, but with a special focus in places that are remote, like the communities of N.W.T. to increase home care to enable people to stay at home. But there comes a point where the elders need 24-hour nursing, and that's what tips them into long-term care. To talk more about the department's philosophy in situating long-term care, I'd ask the Assistant Deputy Minister of Corporate Services and Cultural Safety, Ms. Caffrey-Scott, to comment, please.
Mercy, Ms. Caffrey-Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's hard to talk just about capital because, of course, buildings don't exist outside of the programs and services that we offer in them. Long-term care is a really important part of being able to provide the right care and services for elders. It's not the only thing that we are working towards. There's a lot of engagement taking place right now on the development of an elders strategy. There's been lots of work on the continuum of care for elders and seniors. Aging in place really means that as much as possible, we want people to be staying in their home communities. We want them to be in their own homes with their own families and to have access to the supports and services that they need to stay there. When people get to a point where they do need that 24-hour nursing care, where they need to have supports that can only be provided in a facility, it's important that those facilities are in place. and that those beds are ready for people. So it's all connected to each other. It's important that all of that work is moving forward together, and that we're really thinking about where there are gaps in the continuum of services and how we can change our work to do that. It's also something, as we are developing the department's work in cultural safety, that is important. If people do have to leave their home communities, if they need to be further away from their families in order to receive the health care that they might need, that we're doing that as much as possible in a culturally safe way and making sure that people still have connections to the things that are important to them about their families and their cultures.
Yeah, merci for that. Mr. Jacobson.
Thank you for that. You know, home care it works good until it's so much pressure on the family that they have to stay up 24 hours a day taking care of their mother or their father or their loved one, that they're not going to want to let go. They're going to push themselves right to the very end until they have no choice, till they burn themselves out. And that's a kind of, that's where we're from. That's where I come from. We don't want to let our elders go, because once they're in Nunavut, they're not going to come home. Like, you know, working, I did talk to the minister about this. I mean, I'm kind of off topic, but I did talk to the minister about this by working together with the community corporations in the communities and with the IRC. And then like COVID hit, it fell short. But now we got to get to that next level to provide 4 beds or 4 or 5 beds into a community and be able to service everybody to age in place. And, you know, it's, if I know with the federal government, with the N.W.T Regional Corporation, with our government, I think we could build a 4 or 5 bed facility in each community of Ulukaktuk and Paltuk and Tuk, and being able to take care of our elders in place. And I hope we could go down that road, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
I didn't hear any questions there, so we'll take it as a comment. Let's see. Any further questions from committee? Alrighty. Health and Social Services on page 44. Long-term and continuing care services, infrastructure investments, $6,989,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, members. We'll now return to the department summary found on page 38. Health and Social Services, 2023-24 capital estimates, $35,904,000. Does committee agree? Member for Frame Lake.
Sorry. Mr. Chair, I move that this committee defer further consideration of the estimates for the Department of Health and Social Services at this time. I'll see, Mr. Chair.
I see the motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? The motion is carried. Thank you, committee. Is committee prepared to move on to the next department? Great. Yeah. Thank you to the minister and her staff. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses from the chambers. Merci. So Committee, we have agreed to consider table document 723-19 brackets 2 capital estimates 2023-2024 for the Department of Industry, Tourism and Investment. Does the Minister of ITI wish to bring witnesses into the chamber?
Mr. Chair.
Pardon? Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses into the chamber. Minister, please introduce your witnesses.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, on my left, I have the Deputy Minister, Pamela Strand. On my right, Nina Salvador, Director of Finance.
The committee has agreed to forego general comments. Has the committee agreed to proceed to the detail contained in the tabled documents? C. Committee, the Department of Industry, Tourism and Investment begins on page 46. We will defer the department totals and review the estimates by activity summary beginning at page 48 with minerals and petroleum resources with information item on page 49. Any questions from committee? Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. I see we got 100,000 for the Mineral Administration and Registry System, also known as the MARS system. I believe this is the software necessary to give us online map staking the minute the regulations are in force. Can I get confirmation that that's true and when we can expect to have online map staking?
Still on Mars.
Massey, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, that is indeed correct, that is part of what MARS will be doing, is creating the parameters by which there can be online map staking. It is also part of the platform that will allow for applications and submissions to occur online, for map viewing online, data analysis, a 24/7 availability. So it's more than just the online map staking. That said, and it is tied indeed to the regulations. You can't, they're being built together so that those who are developing the platform know what it is that they are being asked to develop. At this point, I'd like to suggest if I could have another few more months to answer the question. And the reason I say that in terms of timeline is that by the spring, we'll have a better sense of the timing on some of the relevant regulations and the contents, and can then potentially be making decisions on what could be done to accelerate the delivery on the online map staking. But yeah, looking for June 2023 to have an update on a final go-live date. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. I'm sure I'll ask this question a couple more times to make sure that's all on track and we can, finally be have every jurisdiction in Canada have online map staking. I see you're asking for $100,000. I'm assuming that this system costs a lot more than that. I mean, it'd be nice if it didn't, but can someone give me the estimated total costs for the Mineral Administration Registry system? Thank you.
Minister.
Mr. Chair, let me just direct that over to the Deputy Minister, please.
Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the MARS project is not just what you see in the capital estimates right there. It's a $4.2 million program that's over 3 years. So the subsequent year also has a very significant number. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci for that. Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. Yeah, okay, I see that. So we spent $2 million on it last year, and then it's presumably next fiscal we'll spend another $2 million or so to get us there. Can I just get a bit more information on this? Have we secured a tender for it? Is someone who's building us this, or? Yeah, I don't know where you actually go out and buy a minerals registry system. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you can actually go out and buy these kinds of systems, but it's certainly not a small procurement that takes place. Right at this point, it is internal, and so that's where you will have recalled that there were transfers as between the Department of Finance, which is where ISSS Information and Shared Systems Services resides, over to ITI, so that internal work by N.W.T public servants can take place. It will ultimately go out for contracting so that it can go to an entity that is specialized in the delivery of the construction of a program like this. And yeah, I think that's the answer. Sorry, Mr. Chair. Thanks.
Merci. Mr. Johnson.
Wow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I guess just my last question is there any chance that the feds would give us any money for this? Maybe it seems like something Canada would be interested in. It certainly will have a big economic impact on our minerals industry. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, Mr. Chair, at this point, I don't have any, this is right now, the budget that we have here is already underway, so I can't say that I've received any particular money from the feds on this particular project. Now, that said, to the extent that there's, at this point, Mr. Chair, that's not where the funding is coming from. So, thanks. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Let's see for that. Any further questions from committee? Mr. O'Reilly.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So, I think I heard a few things that I just want to understand a bit better. So is there more money then that's required to go to Mars on 24, 25? Is that correct? Thanks.
It's getting interesting. We're talking about Mars and International Space Station. And Minister?
Mr. Chair, I'd suggest I'll direct it to the Director of Finance, please.
Director of Finance.
Mr. Chair, we have a $1.4 million budget for Mars in 24-25. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci. Mr. O'Reilly.
Okay, thanks for that. So who's done the work then for the $2.176 million in 22-23? Who's doing that work now? Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Merci. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So again, Mr. Chair, some of the work that's occurring, a lot of the work that's occurring has indeed been done through N.W.T's public service. There are also some contracts with the entity that's responsible for LTOS platform, the Spatial Dimension of Canada, which is involved there. I can't I don't have in front of me whether or not that's the entire amount that was referenced by the member, but those would be the way that the money has gone. As I've said again, that there's both internal funding that's been used for our own staff as well as for, again, the Trimble, which is through Spatial Dimension Canada doing LTOS portion. Thank you.
I'll see, Mr. O'Reilly.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So can I get a breakdown from the minister of who's done what and how much it's cost us for this project, and what right through to the end of it, if there needs to be projections? Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'll certainly take that commitment away and just confirm that I am able to the extent to which we can break it down, and that there's no running up against any procurement concerns, but subject to that, I'll provide that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Let's see, Mr. O'Reilly.
Yeah, thanks. And if the minister needs to stamp confidential all over it, I'll still be interested in seeing it. When this thing is finished, how much is it going to cost us in terms of O&M on an annual basis? Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure that we would necessarily have a final on that at this point. I mean, the system hasn't even been designed yet. So, I can only speak to it from the perspective of knowing what happens over with ISSS, that there certainly is some O&M that is associated with big technical projects. But again, at this point, we don't even have the system actually designed. So it's premature for me to take an estimate. Thank you.
Mr. O'Reilly.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So is this thing going to be run on a cost recovery basis? Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, determining any associated fees with the new Mineral Resources Act and the various processes therein, then obviously determining the costs associated is part of the development. So, point taken that we could consider if cost recovery is feasible. Thank you.
Let's see, Mr. O'Reilly.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I don't want to try to wander too far, but so one of the concerns I've raised about map staking all along is whether how the fees are going to be set. Maybe when the public and the industry might get to have a say, but to make sure that we don't just end up in a staking frenzy and where people are able to tie up land all over the place for big periods of time and not commit to actually do any work. So when is the department looking at setting these fees, and how do we ensure that there's a proper balance between what the government gets and trying to encourage exploration, but also making sure people don't tie up land and do nothing on it? Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I did not plan to be speaking to the Mineral Resources Act regulations development, but perhaps in the interest of getting some information, I'll turn it to the Deputy Minister, please.
Deputy Minister.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So right now we are looking at what the rules are for online maps for the staking within the MRA, and I think what we've seen in other jurisdictions has not been a huge land grab, such as when N.W.T moved into the online map staking world. So it's a balance between the fees and what rules we have about maximum acreages that you can stake or hectares that you can stake, et cetera, et cetera. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. O'Reilly.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'm anxious to hear more about when that debate discussion is going to start, because it hasn't so far. And can the minister tell us when it's going to begin? Thanks.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, discussion, I think, probably better characterizes the process here. So, I mean, again, there has been, work being done with the Intergovernmental Council and the technical working groups there around the development of all aspects of the Mineral Resources Act. There is an open portal right now for people to express if they have particular concerns or particular questions, and particularly if they want a more technical briefing, that is certainly a route by which to request that. And as we obviously get further in on any of these various items, we'll be bringing those to standing committees as appropriate as well. So, in order to ensure that there's proper fees are associated and appropriate fees are associated, that certainly will form part of having, of the ongoing process that we're in. But Mr. Chair, at this point, I did not expect to be speaking to the Mineral Resource Regulations development, so I don't necessarily have I do have a very detailed Gantt chart. I didn't think to bring it with me, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Merci for that. Seeing no more questions from committee in this section. What page is that page? We can turn, we're on page 48. Infrastructure investments, $100,000. Does committee agree? Very good. Committee, please turn to page.
Mr. Chair, I just got a message that they can't.
Okay, we'll just take a couple seconds here. Someone can't hear me up there. Okay, committee, we're back. Everything's been straightened out. We're going to page 50, tourism and parks, with information item on page 51. And any questions from committee? Sure. Okay, everyone found their pages? Committee? Page 50, tourism and parks. Questions? Mr. Johnson.
I see that there's a Yellowknife River Day Use Area Accessible Boardwalk. Can I just get a couple more sentences about what that's about? Thank you.
Minister?
Mr. Chair, let me turn that to the Deputy Minister, please.
Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this project is meant to provide accessibility to park users. As you know, at the Yellowknife River day use area, you're pretty much limited to the parking lot, and there is sort of a little trail that goes down to the point, a foot trail. So it's meant to accommodate wheelchairs and provide more accessibility to a beautiful view of Great Slave Lake. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Johnson.
That's great. I'm happy to hear that. Very exciting. I'll go walk the trail when it's done. My other question is, I know that I brought this up before, when you kind of reach the end of the Ingram Trail, you hit Tibbet Lake, and then you kind of just hit an ice road. And often there has been garbage, there has been a shortage of parking, and you know, I think a lot of tourists, they go drive the Ingram Trail because there's not a lot to do, and you know, they want to kind of go for a drive, and then you just kind of hit this area that ends in nothing. And I've had requests for some sort of garbage can, perhaps an outhouse, perhaps a little parking area. You know, I don't know. I don't need a full park, just a roadside pullout that makes the end of the trail a little nicer. And I know there's some signage. It's perhaps not the type of signage I envisioned, which is, you know, something nicer acknowledging the area or something. But anyway, can we get an update on whether that is possible? Thank you.
Let's see, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, because that the Ingram Trail itself, up to and including right to the end, the area around Tibbet Lake that Emily is mentioning, is not a park. Department of Industry, Tourism, Investment doesn't have any sort of authority or control over that space. To the extent that there may be room for a pullout or parking or some other sort of highway or roadway facilities, that'll be a question to direct to Department of Infrastructure. As folks may be aware here, and you'll recall, Department of Infrastructure and ITI do often work together to see that there is opportunity for facilities on roadways and highways, so I will certainly engage with my colleague in that regard. Thank you.
Let's see, Mr. Johnson.
No, I'll raise this during infrastructure as well. I know what happened, well, what happened now since we put a bunch of cabins out on Tibbet is that everyone parks along the side of the road, and then a few years ago, infrastructure started telling people you can't park on the side of the road, so there's no parking, and this goes back to, you know, perhaps inconsistent land uses on the Ingram Trail, but just, anyways, I'll raise this with the Department of Infrastructure that I'm hoping we can get some sort of small area so people can park their vehicles and have a garbage can. Thank you.
I take that as a comment. Any further questions in this section, Mr. O'Reilly?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, further to my colleague from Yellowknife North, I've spent several weekends out at Friends Cabin at Tibbet, and the end of the road is a problem. There's no outhouse. People are doing their stuff all over the place. And the parking there's sort of a pseudo boat launch, and garbage is accumulating. It's not very good. You know, my colleague in the last assembly from Yellowknife North got a pullout at the Big Hill Lake trailhead across from Madeline Lake. It's an excellent facility there now with a pullout for parking, and it's actually quite well used. Every time I go by, there's somebody has got parked in there, and I call it the Corey Van Thine pullout. So I'm hoping that you folks can work with infrastructure to do something similar, because that's a very well used area right now and needs some work. Thanks, Mr. Chair. More of a comment.
Massey, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, Mr. Chair, I am also very familiar with the pullout at Big Hill Lake, and so I do know what is being referenced here. That was, as I understand, quite a safety issue. I can't speak for the Department of Infrastructure and whether or when they would decide to put a pullout elsewhere on the Ingram Trail. I can only confirm I will take this away and discuss with colleagues. But I mean, and I'm mentioning the Department of Infrastructure, but lands also obviously is quite involved, given that there may have to be a land usage issue and land planning issue, depending on the nature of where exactly we're talking about putting something further. So, as I've said, obviously my colleagues are sitting here, and we will have that conversation as collectively. Thank you.
Merci, Minister. Mr. O'Reilly.
Nothing further, thanks. But I look forward to raising the issue with the Minister of Infrastructure on her day. Thanks.
Merci for that. Any further questions from committee? Ms. Knockleby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'm just curious to know what's going to happen at the Liard River Ferry Crossing day use area. I had an opportunity to park my vehicle there and was quite shocked at how many cars park there in that area at the crossing when they're choppering across. So just curious how that will all get incorporated and how large of a day use area are we talking about? Thank you.
Merci. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, to me, directly to the Deputy Minister, please.
Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, this area we know in the past has been very heavily used, an important place. So the plan for the Liard Crossing includes the development of a day use area that will include 6 camp areas so that people can have fire pits and picnic tables. We'll have signage along the highway as well to create awareness of that fact, and it'll be right along the river. And a water and woodshed will also be built to offer travelers water or food for cooking and enjoying their fire, as well as garbage receptacles. So the life for this park improvement is supposed to be about approximately 15 years. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Knockleby.
Thank you for that. I'm just curious to know then, is that up out of the floodplain given what was happening with the river? Has that been all, I'm assuming, has all been taken into account, but maybe if the Minister of Department could speak to that, that'd be great. Thanks.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I would also assume that scoping has been done, but I don't know, so let me take that away and I will make a commitment to get back to the member and with a public response on that.
Let's see, Ms. Knockleby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I just can't resist. What's going on with MLA Semler's outhouses up in, that always keep getting shot up in Inuvik? Have those been replaced this year? Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make sure I have the right park when I go to see which one this is, but the Deputy Minister might know offhand immediately which one it is, so let me turn to her, please.
Deputy Minister, yeah.
Fingertips, but what we have built into our capital planning is making sure that we upkeep the assets such as the outhouses that might have been vandalized or other factors. So it is top of mind, and we are ensuring that that's built into our capital plan annually. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Let's see, Ms. Knockleby.
Thank you for that, and I was being a little tongue-in-cheek, so I do appreciate the Deputy Minister indulging me. I guess my last question is just around the, and I'm not going to say this right, the park renewable energy retrofits that I can't say the first name of in Inuvik. Thank you. If I could have some more information there. Thank you.
Let's see for that, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe we're talking about N.W.T Park, but I'm again probably not quite doing justice to the name. And Mr. Chair, with respect to that project, it's a full-service campground with 21 complete campsites, group camping, kitchen, shelter, staff residence, etc. And obviously fuel costs are fairly significant. So looking to install a solar panel system, which should both obviously be a greener source of power, but also be one that would be a lot less noisy, and then hopefully also significantly less costly. Right now, we're looking at around $4,000 a month to operate, so that is a little bit of savings. And sorry, I think I may have missed one of the residual question. If I did, I apologize. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Knockleby, was that it? Or?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, no, I just wanted to know what the retrofit was, and I just want to say I think that's super cool, and I hope that we'll see more solar sort of arrays in our parks. Thanks.
Let's see, Ms. Whelan Armstrong.
Yeah, thank you. I see here North Arm Campground Kitchen Shelter. I know it's been on, they've been working on it for quite some time. So I just want to ask the minister, are we on time to complete this project?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So right now, Mr. Chair, this current fiscal, there was, of course, I shouldn't say of course, there was a design process underway. I believe that is on schedule in terms of the kitchen shelter and cultural building. The next stage of it for the current capital plan would be actual construction. That's an amount that is proposed for $450,000. So obviously that one will be subject to whether or not there is a passing of this budget, whether or not that kitchen shelter is built or not in the coming year. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Whelan Armstrong.
Thank you. Another one too is that I know that they mentioned quite a few times that tourism is, is important, and that's what we need. So I'm just wondering if ITI, wants to promote tourism, especially in the north, and in Klitschko region we don't have anything. So I know, and they're building. I know there's visitor centers, quite a few places, especially in the larger center. And Klitschko region, Betcheko is the largest Dene community in the Northwest Territories. What we need in the Klitschko region is a visitor center. But I know that in the past, a while ago, Klitschko government asked this minister for an outhouse to be built on Highway 3 or possibly on Klitschko Highway. And they said no. It was, and even Klitschko asked that if they can partner up with them and they can build them an outhouse. That was not possible too. So I'm just wondering, like visitor center, we can have all those things. We can have a gas station, we can have arts and craft that's locally made, and we can also have a washroom. Since they can build us an outhouse on Highway 3, because the Highway 3 is the busiest highway in the Northwest Territories. And with the new Klitschko Highway, I know so there was a concern from the government itself, so they asked. So I'm just wondering, will the minister partner? Because I think this is a good opportunity because they are always talking about partnering with the indigenous government. So so I think this is a good chance, this is a good opportunity for them to, to form this partnership and build a visitor center in Klitschko region. Can they commit to partner with the Klitschko government to build a visitor center or outhouse on Highway 3 or on Klitschko Highway? Thank you.
All right, merci for that. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, there's been no ask to me with respect to any visitor center. What we do have, as I've said before, in my last response, was that in North Arm Park, there's a significant amount of capital proposed to build a kitchen shelter and campground. So, would very much like to pass this capital project first to get that project underway and complete this campground, which has been built under the Klitschko Infrastructure Cooperation Agreement. So it has gone through that very unique process of working with the Klitschko government with that agreement for the procurement of the various parks facilities, and similarly, this kitchen shelter would be much the same. With respect to partnering and working with Klitschko government on tourism and tourism capacity, Mr. Chair, we are very much hoping that it would be the region who would be the potential operators of the park facility at North Arm Park. I would note in an effort to run a pilot or in a training program this summer, there was no interest, no uptake. We're trying again this winter, so very much hoping that perhaps I'll connect with the MLA. We can get that information out to the region, again, wanting the region to be responsible for this park. Also working with the Clecho government right now in terms of what may or may not be happening at Y.E.L.L.K.N.I.F.E. Falls based on their government's direction. So there is quite a lot of partnered work happening with the region and with the local government. The idea of doing an extra outhouse somewhere on the highway when you are either half an hour to Betchico at most or half an hour to Yellowknife at most, that hasn't been identified as a priority at this point. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci for that. Ms. Whalen Armstrong.
Yes, thank you. I would like to sit down with her and then, talk about this, and then possibly with the Clecho government to promote tourism industry and regarding the visitor center as well, because even now that there's an all-season road going to Y.E.L.K.N.I.F.E., visitor center is necessary in Clecho region. Doesn't matter where it goes, either in Betchico or in Y.E.L.K.N.I.F.E., but there is a road there, so I really support that. And then I would like this government to continue working with the Clecho government to support this initiative. So that is good. It's a good sign. I think it's a start. We've got to start somewhere. So so that's and another one, but I think that's on the next page, and it's not on this page as well, but it's the next one. But I just want to make note. I talked to, I know she's a finance minister, but it's not on here, but Clecho region is still identified part of a North Slave region. So I just want to know, and there's 20%, it says that there's 20% of infrastructure being spent in North Slave region. How much of those are being spent in Clecho region itself?
I know.
Clecho region is not part of North Slave.
Yeah, Minister, we're on and to the member on industry, tourism, and investment. We're not in the finance department. We went through that, but if you would like to address it, you may. Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I think that is a question that's looking at the entire capital budget that is being proposed, so let me take that back, and when the Department of Finance is here, that might be the time to attempt a more fulsome response. Thank you.
Merci for that. Ms. Whalen Armstrong?
No, thank you. That's it. I'm still.
Any further questions with on tourism and parks from anybody? Mr. Jericon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's just more a question, but I was just thinking about these projects that you already have on the books here, and after we looked at the whole budget for this year, and realistically, this is what you're putting forward, what you could work on. I guess what I'm thinking is that we don't know what's going to happen, but in case some of these projects don't get off the ground or delayed for any reason, or might be carried over to next fiscal year, is there any way that we could probably try to move some of this money around so that we could probably top off housing so that we are able to continue to address the needs of our people in our communities and housing? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, merci for that. We're on tourism and parks, and we're stealing money from other regions, but I'll allow the minister to answer if she'd like. Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, it's probably a response that I'll want to have at some length outside of the House, but the Department of Industry, Tourism and Investment has a set amount that it goes towards small capital, particularly, so for us it'd be parks. If that is lapsed and or carried over, which sometimes there are projects that get carried over, but if anything, it just winds up going to other ITI projects that are then themselves underfunded. I don't know that we tend to carry over a whole lot within the Department of Industry, Tourism and Investment, or lapse a lot within Industry, Tourism and Investment that is not restricted funding. So there won't be real much opportunity to say that there'd be excess money sitting in ITI even if there were, Mr. Chair, it's not an obvious or it's not a seamless transition to then take it from this department, which has been approved here by the Legislative Assembly, and simply transfer it over to a different department without coming back through the Assembly. So I do appreciate the effort to find savings in order to add elsewhere. I certainly, as the Minister of Finance, but I certainly don't think ITI is going to be the source of any significant excess. Thank you.
Yeah, merci for that. Mr. Jericon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just thinking, I know there is a process already in place in people's in this budget here that's been worked on for years, and the community of Fort Resolution and Thutsuke and Dedendilo. We already have roads that are going into Dedendilo that are really good shape and going into Fort Resolution, except for the last kilometer, which probably needs to be re-looked at and re-chip sealed. But I'm hearing a little bit more about the roads and Fort Resolution that some residents are concerned that maybe it's something we should take a look at chip sealing those roads in the community. Also, in the community of Thutsuke, they also talked about the problems with the dust in that community, and it's impacting everybody in the community health-wise, and as we breathe in the dust and etc. in that community. So I just want to see if there's a way we could probably work with your department to try to get some of these issues on the drawing board. Also, one more thing I was going to say is that at the Pine Point Junction, when you go to Bishop Cone, you go to Hay River or Forts, up north, there's usually a place where there's a junction with proper lighting. But in Pine Point, when you go to the junction there onto the main highway there's no lighting in there. I'm just hoping that maybe it's something that we could take a look at as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'd just like to remind Mr. Jericon that we're on page 50 and 51, Industry, Tourism and Investment, Tourism and Parks. Your questions are more aligned for the Department of Infrastructure, dealing with highways and roads and lighting at junctions. I'm not sure if the minister would entertain that question. I'll leave it up to her.
Mr. Chair, only to acknowledge that with respect to, as Department of Finance more generally, I am aware that this is an issue that's come up, and I will speak with Minister Archie so that between the two of us, someone will be prepared to answer those questions in the course of the review of the capital plans in COW. Thank you.
Merci for that. Mr. Jericon, we got infrastructure next week on the docket anyway, so we'll just stick to this section here so we can, we have something else a bill to review too. But I'll allow you got 4 more minutes questions.
Just looking at your 2023-24 N.W.T capital estimates, and just to my colleague as well, talking about the North State region. Right now, in the South State region, Fort Resolution and is rolled into the South State region, but this here, when I go through this, when I look at the communities here, it's highlighted mostly in outside the South State region. So can you just confirm as well to me the communities of that 15% for the South State region so that we're clear? Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think where we're going with this, Mr. Chair, is with respect to communities within N.W.T, and there are no parks capital projects for 23-24 planned in the communities of Thutsuke or Fort Resolution, if that is ultimately where this is going, and if it's not, I apologize. Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci. Mr. Jericon. Questions there? Okay. No further questions. ITI, infrastructure investments, $2,978,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, members. Please turn to page 46. The department summary, capital estimates, $3,078,000. That's the committee. Good. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Nice try. I move that this committee defer further consideration of the estimates for the Department of Industry, Tourism and Investment at this time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Let's see for that. The motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? Oh, moly, it's resounding. All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Thank you, committee, and thank you, Minister. Thank you, Minister, for your appearance and for your witnesses. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses from the chamber. Or are we doing? We're still going? Okay, we got one bill to look after. All right, committee. We have agreed to consider committee report 33-19, brackets 2, Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment report on Bill 52, Elevators and Lifts Act. I will go to the chair of the Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment for any opening comments.
Into the record on Tuesday, October 18, 2022. At this time, I do not have any additional comments to add to this at this time. Individual members may have comments on the report, and I'd like to thank the committee for their work on this report. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Must see for that. I will now open the floor to general comments on committee report 33-19, brackets 2, Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment report on Bill 52, Elevators and Lifts Act. Mr. O'Reilly.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I never thought that a bill about elevators and lifts could get this exciting, but you know, when I actually did read the bill, and you know, there's going to be a registry set up in there and an annual report. It looked like during the drafting of the bill that somebody had just kind of taken somebody else's legislation kind of off the shelf, and we had kind of redrafted it. And there wasn't anything in there about any of this kind of being public. And so I want to urge my cabinet colleagues, before you bring forward even something as mundane as an Elevators and Lifts Act, that you actually look at this stuff with, you know, you say we have an open government here. I don't think it was applied to the drafting of this bill. So, you know, you've got an open government policy, and you didn't, I don't think it was applied to this bill. So I want to urge you folks to, even when you're drafting the most mundane stuff, to bring that lens to the legislation that you're bringing forward in the House. Where we have registries set up, make sure that it says that in here in the bill that it's actually going to be a public registry. Annual reports that are going to get filed, make sure that they're going to get tabled or placed somewhere in a public fashion. So It's all about proactive disclosure. It's about open government, but you need to apply that. Thanks. That's my lecture for today. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Merci for that, Mr. O'Reilly. Anyone, committee? No, we're good. Seeing no further comments, Mr. Jacobson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the committee recommends that the government of the Northwest Territories make a report as described in Section 68 at Act publicly available. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, the motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been, Mr. O'Reilly.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. There's a few things in the recommendation from the committee report that weren't necessarily captured in the committee motion, but the sorts of things that I would expect to see in an annual report that could be made publicly available include things like, the number of permits that have been issued for elevators and lifts, the number of approvals, orders issued, whether there was actually any prosecutions or fines levied, inspections carried out, those kinds of things. The minister did give us some assurance in the public hearing, the clause-by-clause review, that the details of the annual report would be specified, prescribed in the regulations themselves. So that's a heads up to the minister. And she actually committed to share the draft regulations with the committee ahead of time. So once again, that's the kind of lens that I bring to these things about making sure that the public has access to information. So that's the kind of information I think that people might be reasonably interested in knowing. If they have an elevator in their apartment building or something, is it actually good working order? Has it been inspected? They'll be able to go online and get reports and check to see if that kind of stuff is publicly available. So thanks, Mr. Chair.
Merci for your comments, Mr. O'Reilly. Mr. Jacobson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the committee recommends that the government of Northwest Territories proactively disclose the information contained in the registry of the Act described in Section 13 of the Act, making it publicly available. Thank you, Mr.
Did we vote on the first one? We didn't vote on the first.
Oops. Oh, shoot. Yeah. All in favor? Any against? Any abstentions? We're good. Mr. Jacobson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the committee recommends that the government of Northwest Territories proactively disclose information contained in the registry of the Act described in Section 13 of the Act by making it publicly available. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, the motion is in order. To the motion, Mr. O'Reilly.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Could we have a 5-minute recess? The motions that we're reading are not what's in the report that was read into the record. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Okay, all right, we'll call for a 5-minute break. Let's see. All right, committee. I think we're electing to deal with this bill next week. What is the wish of committee? Mr. O'Reilly.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I move that the chair rise and report progress.
What is it now? Do we have to vote on? There's a motion on the floor to report progress. The motion is in order, is non-debatable. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion is carried. I will now rise and report progress. That's good.
May I have the
Madam Speaker, your committee has been considering TD 723-19 brackets 2, CR 33-19 brackets 2, and Bill 52, and would like to report progress with 2 motions carried. And Madam Speaker, I move that the report of the committee of the whole be concurred with. Merci.
Do I have a seconder? Member from Sawtooth. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion is carried. Thank you. Report of Committee of the Whole. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Orders of the day. Mr. Clerk.
Orders of the day for Tuesday, October 25th, 2022, 1:30 p.m. Prayer, minister statements, member statements, recognition of visitors in the gallery, reports of committees on the review of bills, reports of standing and special committees. Returns to oral questions, oral question 1163-19-2, oral question 1188-19-2, acknowledgements, oral questions, returns to written questions, replies to commissioner's address, petitions, tabling of documents, notices of motion, motions. Notices of motion for first reading of bills, second reading of bills, consideration in committee of the whole of bills and other matters, bills 23, 29, 48, 52, and 53, committee reports 33 and 34-19-2, table document 723-19-2, report of committee of the whole, third reading of bills, orders of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This House stands adjourned until Tuesday, October 25th, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. Order.